and try your luck. Test me in again, we let it rain. Please don't start us up. Got that black and white, that yin and yang. Mr. Officer, please don't search us, we don't got a thing. Tell her park it up, then that ass be poking out them jeans. I've been sparking up, like the fireworks, I keep the flame. Heard you barking up, this the wrong tree, I got the strings. Yeah, I'm charging up, they can't keep up, got them looking drained. Now they walking up, trying to put the face to the name. I pull up and I'm swerving. If a nigga try to holler, she gon' curve him. We came from under buzz like a Persian. We been staying in our lane, ain't no merging. Wrap a nigga like a motherfucking turban. Yeah, these niggas all square like Irvin. Yeah, we grew up in the hood, no Suburbans. If I say I need my money, then it's urgent. Yeah, they want me to quit. Yeah, they want me to shift. But as long as I'm alive, we gon' keep on making hits. While they steady shooting bricks, man, it's lit. Yeah, it's lit. Me and Dale back to back, and yeah, I'm dishing the assist. Yeah, they talk a lot of shit, but we really with the shits. Lame ass niggas always gonna be reaching for they hit. Smoke a nigga like a clip. They can never catch me slipping. Every time your girl around, she be watch the way I'm dripping. Try your luck. Test me in again, we let it rain. Please don't start us up. Got that black and white, that yin and yang. Mr. Officer, please don't search us, we don't got a thing. Tell her park it up, then that ass be poking out them jeans. I've been sparking up, like the fireworks, I keep the flame. Heard you barking up, this the wrong tree, I got the strings. Yeah, I'm charging up, they can't keep up, got them looking drained. Now they walking up, trying to put the face to the name. I'm in flex mode with the best, though. That's a major key, that's a chess move. I'm your favorite G, I think it's best, yo. Stop with all the grilling, I'm on jet fuel. Taking off, clear the runway, now they cannot clip my wings. Yeah, they soft, they ain't homie, they ain't even on the scene. Play it smart, they don't know me, they just know what they see. What it costs to get flea, but this style ain't free. This that swag, this that splash, one wrong move, that's your ass. Do the dash, keep a stash, just in case they tryna flash. Never lie, we don't slack, tell her eyes running back. I don't brag, I'm relaxed, I'm not into all of that, yeah. It's really just the fam and my dogs. I just gotta make a call. I ain't into all that chatting, not at all. Yeah, I put that on the squad. We been out here going hard. We on deck, please don't make 'em. Go and try your luck. Test me in again, we let it rain. Please don't start us up. Got that black and white, that yin and yang. Mr. Officer, please don't search us, we don't got a thing. Tell her park it up, then that ass be poking out them jeans. I've been sparking up, like the fireworks, I keep the flame. Heard you barking up, this the wrong tree, I got the strings. Yeah, I'm charging up, they can't keep up, got them looking drained. Now they walking up, trying to put the face to the name.
I'm back in my bag, yo. Conscious. ISO. Diamond. Back in my bag and I gotta brag, I do this shit for real. When we was down and we had nothing, we had to share a meal. We put the shit in overdrive with no steering wheel. Shorty throw that thing back in a pair of heels. Yeah, and she be riding on that thing like a Ferris wheel. Yeah, I love them dark skin, brown skin, caramel. You know I had to bring it to the hood like she Karen Civil. When she keep on turning head, cause when she walk that thing jiggle. And we going back to back on them like we Huey and we Riley. This that back in my back flow, we back again so highly. This that back in my back flow, we back to change the climate. This that back in my back flow, we bring the force like Tommy. Back in my back flow. Back in my, yeah, back in my bag, yeah. I'm back in my, yeah, I'm back in my bag, yeah. I'm back in my, this my, back in my bag flow. Back again, yeah, we keep on stacking it, what's happening? Everything the Gucci got me feeling like I'm dapper then. Life has been a movie, yeah, so shout out to the cameraman. Pull up to the scene, it's going down like an avalanche. Steady going up like a travel plan. Homer Simpson face, lucky power plant. Yeah, I'm off that dope, like I'm back again to Vizzy. At the Millies, out on Club Hearst. Give the word if it's a city, Lord forgive me. Still having motion, dog, so why would I slow it? Make it rain on them, bust a band, then you throw it. We was steady having it, even at our lowest. High speed road runner, keep my motor going. Hey, people feel away, but they don't show it. Gotta watch the people that's around you, that you grow it. They be coming around you with some plans to steal your moment. Soon as I bust a nut, she be like, baby, where you going? Never slowing down, it's enough to go around. Yeah, you probably knew it's then, but really you don't know it's now. Niggas let it show and tell, but all my niggas know me well. It was either chase a dream or go to jail, but none of us ain't going. Going back to back on them like we Huey and we Riley. This that back in my back flow, we back again so highly. This that back in my back flow, we back to change the climate. This that back in my back flow, we bring the force like Tommy. Back in my back flow. Back in my, yeah, back in my bag, yeah. I'm back in my, yeah, I'm back in my bag, yeah. I'm back in my, this my, back in my bag flow,
Yeah, not for real. Double I. Do or die, you already know. Don't try. This at home, cause none of
Don't go shooting all the dogs, cause one of them got fleas. Don't just listen to these songs and think that you got grease. They just lyrics, I be venting to this mic, it's therapy. You could leave, but the other guys is whack, they not me. Godspeed, sweetie, living out my dreams. I don't need a genie. Pops did Madonna shows, music in my blood, it was destined for me. Way before I even fucking seen a CD. Cross the wrong line, you gon' need a treaty. Peace is a lie, there is only passion. And through passion I get stronger. Long days working on getting better, but they only get longer. Getting there is half the battle, staying there is much harder. I've been flying out to islands so remote we must charter. Been a pro for 10 years, trying to go another 10. Going hard like Vince Carter. Leave something for my son and my daughter in case of my departure.
You know that I'll always try to get it right. I'm working hard to leave a legacy behind. Yeah, you know that I'll always fight for what is mine. I'm working hard to leave a legacy behind.
Yeah. Leave it for my little ones, my real ones. For people trying to feel some. For all the bridges burned along the way and how we still run or still swim. Even though we underwater, never hit the kill switch and overcome like everything we deal with. I still feel there's more for me to do until I call it quits. Everything I do is for the ones I love and miss. Take some time, water flowers till they grow and split. Then take the seeds, plant them back and you control the ship. Navigating through the eye of the storm. Live through the lows, got me higher informed. Soldier soul, now you got buyer's remorse. I stay composed when them bloodsuckers hit me with a tireless swarm. I've been down, but never finished. Been bound to higher limits. Walking past, I've been the thinnest. Almost lost myself within it. All the roads that end the quickest means you didn't take it farther. I gotta go harder in case of my departure.
You know that I'll always try to get it right. I'm working hard to leave a legacy behind. Yeah, you know that I'll always fight for what is mine. I'm working hard to leave a legacy behind.
Yeah. Hey. Don't go shooting all the dogs, cause one of them got fleas. Don't just listen to these songs and think that you got grease. They just lyrics, I be venting to this mic, it's therapy. You could leave, but the other guys is whack, they not me. Godspeed, sweetie, living out my dreams. I don't need a genie. Pops did Madonna shows, music in my blood, it was destined for me. Way before I even fucking seen a CD. Cross the wrong line, you gon' need a treaty. Peace is a lie, there is only passion. And through passion I get stronger. Long days working on getting better, but they only get longer. Getting there is half the battle, staying there is much harder. I've been flying out to islands so remote we must charter. Been a pro for 10 years, trying to go another 10. Going hard like Vince Carter. Leave something for my son and my daughter in case of my departure.
You know that I'll always try to get it right. I'm working hard to leave a legacy behind. Yeah, you know that I'll always fight for what is mine. I'm working hard to leave a legacy behind.
Yeah. Leave it for my little ones, my real ones. For people trying to feel some. For all the bridges burned along the way and how we still run or still swim. Even though we underwater, never hit the kill switch and overcome like everything we deal with. I still feel there's more for me to do until I call it quits. Everything I do is for the ones I love and miss. Take some time, water flowers till they grow and split. Then take the seeds, plant them back and you control the ship. Navigating through the eye of the storm. Live through the lows, got me higher informed. Soldier soul, now you got buyer's remorse. I stay composed when them bloodsuckers hit me with a tireless swarm. I've been down, but never finished. Been bound to higher limits. Walking past, I've been the thinnest. Almost lost myself within it. All the roads that end the quickest means you didn't take it farther. I gotta go harder in case of my departure.
You know that I'll always try to get it right. I'm working hard to leave a legacy behind.
Sex, do it right. Sex, through the night. Sex, do sex is the only thing that matter nowadays. If you're looking for some women, there's a platter nowadays. Everybody BBL, ass is fatter nowadays. But it isn't God made, that don't matter these days. I got a strong addiction. Uncle tried to tell me too grown to listen. Itching for a nut, I'm prone to fix it. Scrolling through my phone, I'm on a mission. Sex, do it right. Sex, through the night. Sex, do it right. Sex, through the night. Looking out my window, it's some girls.
There I am. What is going on? Happy Tuesday. Happy week 2 of December, I guess it is. As we all gather together on a Tuesday, Insomniacs. Didn't spin. I hope everybody's doing great. I'm going to start welcoming some people in. We got a special guest coming by who I think y'all will appreciate. Brother Marco was in the house. Hope he's still in the house. Marco Scamma, my man, what's going on, buddy? Absolutely. Be up all day long. Paul Mills, channel member, and a brother. Good to see all you guys. As you know, Tuesdays are kind of low key. Rody 7420, how are you, brother? And we just kind of hang out and talk about what's talk aboutable. What's up, B Shady? Good to see you, brother. Channel member. Hey, your nip looks great, dude. I'm so glad I had that and could help you out. I don't mind mine a bit. Good to see you, Neil McKenzie. Channel member, welcome, guys. Hey, and while you channel members are in here, I'm going to. I've kind of been 50-50 on having to move back the Saturday little live streams, but I think 11 o'clock is going to work fine. But try to come to those if y'all are members, because things happen in those that are to your benefit to be there. We only have about 17, 18 people, so odds are real good. There have been some good things that have been won in there, and it's just, it's a fun little hang. For me, I'm usually exhausted. Chris 229, so I have very little personality and very little to say, but that's a good thing for most of the people that are there. Good to see you, buddy. Channel member and huge contributor to the show. Sent me a bunch of stuff to not only review, but give away. My buddy A to Z EDC is going out of town for, I think through Sunday. And I went over to his house today because I'm low on content. And I convinced him to give me one of his small cases with a couple of weird little Spyderco, some interesting knives. So you'll see some interesting overviews coming up in the next week or so, courtesy of him. Knife Nut 69, what's up? And it's easy to not trade with him, but to borrow his knives because we live 5 minutes apart. So literally, I can take them back to him the same day if he needed them. Like with his Craig Brown Cortex. He didn't want me having that too long. I don't blame him. Good to see you, Knife Nut 69. Who else is in the house? I know Cole's still going. I kind of got in early. Bushcraft rebooted. Welcome, brother. Crucible Steels might be going under. Yes. So not only did I hear about it last night, Brant had an article, but there's several videos that have come out about it. And my understanding is they just laid off 189 people. The company's not viable. My gut would tell me that someone would buy it. Maybe a foreign company, maybe Bowler, maybe, Ubalone, Bowler. It would be a shame to see that go away. But that is an absolute fact, Jack, that it is, we'll pull it up here in just a second. Michael Upchurch, good to see you, brother. Good to see you, man. Channel member, welcome. But yeah, you think about that. That's S30V, which granted Spyderco probably has enough S30V to last 2 years, but S35, S45, CPM 154, 20CV, S90V. Well, there, and I've been in Paul, one of the YouTube groups, and people have been throwing away around valuation numbers like 19 grand. Let's just pull up. Let's just do a little news right now. Crucible Steel Financial. Issue. All right. So what they did, here's a bunch of, we'll go to the, this is from one day ago. So this is from a publication, and we'll look at other sources. But basically what this is telling us is Crucible Industries facing uncertain economic future, could terminate operations. This is dated yesterday, Monday. Slovenia, New York, Crucible Industries, a major player in American steel manufacturing, could be on the verge of filing for Chapter 11. A letter sent to an employee on December 5th, Crucible stated it was facing serious financial difficulties, and while the company is taking steps to address the issue, the company will likely file a Chapter 11, which could allow the company to continue operations. However, Crucible says if it cannot find a buyer, the massive steel plant next to New York State Fairgrounds will close in March of 2025. So, guys, that's 3 months of what the fuck? I hate pop-ups. So, yeah, it's a real deal. And I don't know. Let's go to the next article. All right, here is let's see if I don't get struck for this.
Everyone use.
Are y'all watching the video? Did it go with it? Yeah. All right.
People could be out of a job this coming spring. Crucible Industries issuing a warning saying it may close its steel plant. News Channel 9's Ashley Cafaro has reacted.
Now, that's been the news. That's what people are talking about. There have been several knife people talking about what's that mean, for knife steels. And the way I look at it, I think somebody's going to buy it. Why wouldn't they? Even if it's a Chinese company, why wouldn't they buy it? Why wouldn't they buy it? Again, not just to keep the blade steels around, but I'm sure those companies make a lot of other stuff. Good evening, Stephen Clayton Jr. Welcome. Mark Parks, channel member, welcome, brother. Good to see you. Awesome to see you guys. As I scroll down. Scrolling down, because I'd like to get to where I could be caught up and just kind of say, yeah. Well, Paul, it does suck, but I think what it is it's a, I think, and we won't get into any kind of political thing, but I think there's a lot getting ready to change. Maybe it won't come to that. I don't know how they run the company. I don't know what the exports are. I don't know what they're buying locally. I just don't know anything about that industry. I do know that the industry that I come from is struggling because of advertisers, which are small businesses and large businesses, constricting what they spend on advertising, which is a sign that they don't have a good comfort level or didn't have a good comfort level into the state of their opportunities, right? Or they were strapped for cash. So I think it's just, hopefully it'll be avoided, right? I don't know if there's any way that it could be held. It sounds like the current way that it's set up is going to change ownership at the very least. Doesn't sound like they have any desire of staying when they say in their letter that if they don't find a buyer by March 2025, they're going to shutter it. Which again, think about it, guys. And if you're talking about I think it's got a $19 million valuation. Hold on. You're talking about big companies like that, saying things like that, kind of stress that maybe there should be a sale. Maybe that gets people thinking about sales. I don't know. Maybe it's a better way to get it sold. Financial Valuation. Go valuation. What? Fuck. I want to say it's 19 million. It is in 1926. That doesn't tell me anything. It's going to be a lot more than that. 29 Crucible. All right, so in 2009, JP Industries bought Crucible Specialty Metals for $8 million in a bankruptcy sale. Crucible, Benjamin Hunt, blah, blah, blah. Give me some numbers. Company profile 2024. Here we go. So evidently they've been through this before. What is the valuation? I'm not going to get her a free trial. I don't want a free trial. I want to know what it's fucking worth. So JP Capital Management is the one that all right, so here's something from Blade Forms. Well, that's not going to tell us anything. Let's see. All right, Crucible, over 100 years, bankruptcy 2009 history, 1911. Let's get up to current day. Crucible. I mean, this is history, guys. But where is 2010, blah, blah, knife designing and manufacturing. There's a whole thing on that on their wiki. All the different steels that they manufacture. All the Rexes. Where's my valuation? Something tells me 19 million may be low. I mean, if it was bought so many years ago for 8 million in bankruptcy, anyway, so yeah, there's that, you know, but again, I think you're going to see just a lot of that stuff. Roman, what's going on, brother? Just so Roman knows, I got that out to Marco. That was a Roman won Friday Night's giveaway, Friday Night Flicks giveaway. And instead of sending me an address, he sent me an email asking me if I would DKSFS it to Marco. I thought was awesome. He didn't have to do that. But y'all give Roman M some love in the chat. Where is Roman? There he is. What's up, Roman? So yeah, that's one of the things going on. There's a law YouTuber. Are y'all familiar with law YouTube channels? Paul FTW. I've not watched this yet, but there's a LawTube channel on YouTube called Potentially Criminal. Let me see if I can find it. And they just did a thing on Benchmade. I wanted to watch it today. They did a thing on Benchmade. Where is it? Where is it? Hold on. Benchmade, Montana. Benchmade versus Montana. And this was not a knife. This was not a knife channel. This was a law channel. And they were basically talking about what everybody else has said. It's a bad look. Benchmade doesn't need to do it. Where is that fucking YouTube? Knife tuber. All right. I don't want to see what these knife people have to say about it. I want to see what the knife guy said about it. Hold on. Delete. Search something. Well, I can't find it, but I want to say it was potentially criminal, but I don't remember if that's the name of it. Here it is right here. All right, I'm going to put a link in the chat in case y'all are interested, because what I think it is, and again, I'm not a lawyer. I don't know anything about law, except my dad was a lawyer.
We moved
And I
into a
always had to
farmhouse
be
with 5
on the
boys.
defense. But big companies can use lawsuits with little companies. This is a live stream for 2 hours that goes through the entire case. It's fascinating. I watched the very end. I wasn't even sure what it was about.
To show the knife or just a little tip part of the knife shown. There's all kinds of rules on that, and then it becomes an issue of what type of knife it is you're.
But anyway, a lot of people had wondered what this was about, and I think this guy, who's pretty well respected in the knife lawyer YouTuber, I'm sending you the link right now, guys. This is the link. So y'all go check that out. That's potentially criminal, and he breaks down the entire Benchmade case study and talks about how they're making a mistake. Says Stevie, what is up, dude?
What's up, Jamal?
Man, we are just sitting here talking about Crucible, reading up on that.
Yeah,
I didn't realize they'd gone into bankruptcy in 2009 and were bought by JP Chase or JP something. But they'll be bought.
I hope so.
Well, I was surprised that the letter said that they're filing Chapter 11, the letter to employees, because we read it. But to the employees, it says if they don't find a buyer by March 2025, they're closing doors. But that to me sounds like business rhetoric to kind of let them know that it's a fire sale, because in 2009, they were purchased for $9 million. And I think I heard somewhere their valuation was like 19 right now. I don't know what their debt is.
Yeah, I don't know. I was talking to Shane earlier though, and he said they have like 1,500 employees. They're a pretty big company.
Yeah, and I think part of yesterday's news that Brant showed during Pocket Metals Live, because he got a notification on it, was that 189 of them were laid off yesterday, which sucks. And then we were talking about I watch a lot of just weird, random YouTube drama channels, and some of the ones that come across my feed are these YouTube lawyers. Have you ever seen those guys that are?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, there's one called Potentially Criminal, and I thought it was a knife channel, but it was Benchmade versus Montana Knife Company. It's a 2-hour and 14-minute live stream where he goes through every document and picks it apart and basically calls Benchmade a bully and talks about how lawsuits can be used. It's just to see it from a third party,
it's eye-opening a little bit, right?
Well, it is eye-opening because it happened to CDC in a way, didn't it? Didn't they kind of get a bully type thing?
I don't know enough about that. They played pretty coy. It's like they wanted to talk about it, but then they didn't talk about it. They had sent me some stuff saying that they got a cease and desist, and then I don't know. But so I don't unless they publicly talked about it, I think.
Well, hopefully, I'd heard about it on one of the lives, but hopefully they would have checked to make sure that a big company like Benchmade didn't do some kind of weird patent.
Right.
I know when we started our company that went out of business 11 years ago, we were in business for about 10. We trademarked what we were doing, and we had to do 3 months worth of research to make sure that there was not another entity so that our patent would go through, or not our patent, our trademark. So I would just think liability you would want to. But dude, your video's sweet. That's pretty cool.
Today's
yeah. When you sent it over, I hadn't seen it before then.
Yeah, it's something I had talked about it with a couple of folks behind the scenes, but it was hard to keep it quiet until it actually happened. Not that it was a huge secret, but until last week, they weren't entirely sure they were going to be able to pull it off with all the stuff that they got going on. So,
Right.
yeah. But yeah, it happened, and I'm pretty stoked on it, man. The clips are live. It's weird. I was looking at they're one of the few newsletters I actually read when I get the email.
Right.
See what's going on, and you scroll through today's newsletter, and there's there's the link and everything, and yeah. So yeah, shout out to Lynch Northwest. They're seriously a bunch of cool folks over there, man.
Hold on, I'm trying to find it right now. I'm looking at the limited run. Follow the star.
So go to
Then I'm going to share it.
clips
I'm here.
and laser
Laser
on
etch
the three
clip.
dot laser etch clip. Do
Found
that
it.
one.
Got it right here. Where is said Stevie? He's been sucked up by an alien. Here you go, guys. Now, when I saw this, I thought it was too cool for school. So you look at all the different clips. Because what I need, I've got a McNeese short clip right now, and I need a McNeese standard because I think the short's made for the 3.0, even though it works on my 3.5.
It works on the 3.5, but it is a little short. It does it, and it taps too, doesn't it?
Yeah, but see, I'm not.
Yeah.
That's one of the weird things that doesn't bother me because I'm not dancing around. But I
Yeah.
do worry about having to go into a ninja flip and having it fall out of my pocket. That's why when I talked to Casey Lynch, the only time I talked to him, I said, "Hey, buddy, I would love to send you a few of my Medfords because the Praetorian, the Slim MIDI, and the MIDI Marauder, amongst others, use this shitty little thin clip.
Hey, Joe.
You can buy one from Medford for $75, but it's not better." And he goes,
Right.
that's a great idea, but we're so busy right now. Let's revisit it. I said, well, I just want you to know the knives are available if you want to do something with them. Because I think there are a lot of people that own Medfords that would upgrade a clip. But Stevie, this is out exceptional.
Yeah. So I got this is clip number 1, and it does not show up on.
Hold on, let me quit sharing so I can see it.
Camera real well. But they moved up the logo, or not the logo, but the graphic a little bit. So right now, the one that I have, you can see like my head's kind of on the bend,
right?
And so they moved it up on all the new ones. So
I think the picture on the site represents it moved up.
They did all those today around noon, and then had them up on the site 3 hours later.
So these, like, if you chose a McNeese, would they then have to laser it, or they have these things ready to go?
So the ones that you see pictured, they made up today just so they could have something up on the website. All the clips, as long as it says it's available in the dropdown, they are made to order. And they say a 4 to 5 day lead time, but chances are it's going to go out within 2 days.
Yeah, I mean, that's one thing I've noticed about Lynch, that they always exceed the time that they under promise and over deliver.
That's exactly what they try to do.
Dude, it looks just like you. I mean, the likeness is eerie that they can do that. Well, it looks just like your logo. I think I identify you with your logo.
I want to make sure to give credit where credit is due. That's all possible because of the Last Ranger.
Right, Gary.
So I want to make sure that Gary gets a good shout out. Shout out to that old grumpy bastard, the Last Ranger, who created that for me 2 years ago, or 2+ years ago, however long it was. Yeah, Gary said he wants commission on that now.
What's so funny is Gary just has a different love language than the rest of us. If he wasn't an asshole, I would be worried that he was mad at me.
This is true.
And you can see this one right here, the short one, is the old stamp or the old pattern, maybe the first one they did before they moved the rest of them up.
Yes. But yeah, Gary thought that I'm making money on this. I said something in my video. I paid for all this. I'm not making any money on it. I didn't even ask to go down. It's not that they didn't propose something, but I said, hey, you know what? If you guys are just willing to do it, that's all it's an honor to be a part of my favorite company in the EDC world.
And be in people's
Uh,
pockets. That's prize enough.
my guidance counselor said there'd be no money in making a living by hanging out of dudes' pants pockets all day. And boy, was he right.
Exactly.
Uh, but yeah, again, not that they tried to, lowball me or anything, but I shut it down from the get go. I said, I'm not looking to make anything on this. I don't want to do affiliate links. I don't want to do, any kind of commission on it. I'm more than willing to just,
Thanks,
again,
Edgy.
hey, is there a link to purchase?
I
Yes,
just put it up right
I
when you
literally sent it, dude. While we were talking, I sent it to you. You dummy.
it's right there, brother, man.
Um,
And they've got them for your
but
spider code.
but yeah, shout out to Casey and Thomas and Justin and Caden and the whole crew over there, man.
I think that's
I
fantastic.
just so they did their 2 months ago. They had their "Where's the Beef" clip, and it was that only a cow being abducted, and so I sent. It's Thomas. If you email or if you talk to Lynch Northwest on Instagram, it's Thomas that you're usually talking to,
Right?
who's the ops manager, and did I introduced you guys at Blade Show 2 years ago, did I not?
Yes.
Yeah. So Thomas, great guy. I sent him a message and just said, hey, it'd be really cool if you guys could do a set of matching scales for the Where's the Beef. I'd totally be down to do that if you guys would be interested in doing some sort of one-off. Or are you going to be doing anything with it? And he was like, that would actually be pretty cool. I got an even better idea. Can you send me your logo? And I was like, huh? Okay. So sent him the logo and he goes, what if we use your likeness on the clip? I said, do what you guys will, man. That would be crazy. And he sent me back a picture of this clip and he's like, I think we can go forward with it. Do you want matching scales? And I said, heck yeah. Still assuming this was just a one-off, that they were just doing this for me. And I'm like, haha, yes. And then he goes, hey, if you want to do it with our Fibonacci scales, we could do scale sets also. I said, okay. And he's like, and we think we'll go ahead and just do a limited run option on the clips for everything. If you're cool with that.
Dude, what an honor. I mean, that immortalizes you in something, like you said, a company that you're passionate about.
It really is surreal. Like, not to be over dramatic about it or anything, but look, I'm the weed and fart guy, and here I am now doing something with Lynch Northwest.
Well, you're the beard guy too. You started EDC Roundtable. You and Joe, y'all have been doing a lot.
Showing how cool Lynch Northwest is, they all also like once a month place an order for a bunch of beard oil and a bunch of beard balm, and everyone at Lynch Northwest has a beard basically, and they all use said Stevie. They all religiously buy Essence of the PNW. So yeah, and I've done actual what I do in my day job. I've done business with them also.
I love the name of it. I think that's just freaking awesome. I mean, the whole concept is now. Did Gary I know your shirt has a saucer and your head on it, but is it very similar to this, or is this kind of a
So
variation?
I just sent them it's my logo with just the head. So
Right.
Gary had all the elements of my logo. And so they said it's too busy. My logo, when the farther down you shrink it, is horrible. It's absolute. And Gary said that he's like, "There's a lot going on in this," so
Edgy,
I
you
designed
rock.
it to be like a 3-inch sticker. Uh, oh, shade. That's perfect. Uh, but yeah. What? What was I talking about?
Didn't mean
I
to
just pulled a
interrupt
Javon
you.
on Javon.
No, you were talking about the other great thing about working with Lynch is
Oh yeah. Yeah, I said that. I don't know where I was going with it, but
I think it
I
has something to, yeah, it's
but no, it's the logo. It's just my head. The graphic is what they were already using. They replaced me or a cow with me.
oh,
Okay,
I got you. So
so they had one called "Where's the Beef," and it was just a cow being abducted.
well, I heard you say that. I just didn't
Yeah,
realize they used those parts of the software
yeah,
they kind of had a
yeah.
concept similar, but
So,
dude,
but
that'll sell great. Are you going to get any to sell on EDC Roundtable, or just going to let them handle it?
no, I'm just gonna do it with them. I don't have like cash to be spending on stuff like
A
that
bunch
that
of
may or
clip,
may not sell.
right?
Was another reason why we decided to kind of just go down this road. But I'm definitely picking some up, so I'll have some plans for some, but I'm not reselling anything. Um,
Yeah, I've got
but
a.
the comment right before that, Lynch is an amazing company to work with. So, they also OEM for Lancelot Leathers uh, clips on all of Joe's products, and they're the only one. Joe is the only one that Lynch Northwest OEMs for, and uh, so like they're a full on family operation there. One of the last times I went over there, I cannot remember her name, and I'm sorry about that, but I'm horrible with names. It's Casey's niece that does all the clips for Joe. She's the one that actually does them. So when they just moved into a new big shop, and um, Thomas is like, "Hey, Stevie's here," and she says hello, and she's like, "I'm working on a bunch of clips for Joe right now." Like I had never met her, but like they like knew who I was, and they know Joe, and
They're a small business. They're just
really small business. I mean, they have a decent sized shop now because they grew out of the tiny one that they were in, but they're like a 10 employee
do they
little
just make
company. They're all lifelong friends and related. Just in Eastern Washington, Northern Idaho. Casey started out of a little tiny shop with a dirt floor, just like 6 years ago. Then they moved into one shop, and now they moved into another shop.
and they're
You know,
focusing
um,
just on knife accessories, clips and such, right? That are they using
yeah,
machines?
pretty much. Pretty much, they are. They source everything they do, U.S. With the exception of I think like some of their patches. Um,
And your caps are always welcome here, Edgy.
please do, edgy. But yeah, US being a US company is really huge to KC. That's why I think they made an exception for a couple of the NAFSCO. Like I think you can get one for like the Banter or the Lander, maybe.
Where they just had to
Um,
keep the cost down because of the price of the knife.
what? Well, Casey typically does not OEM for uh, Chinese knife manufacturers. He usually doesn't do clips for them. Now he realized that they have the same pattern as him on a couple of his existing knives. That's why there's a Savivi clip And there's a couple of others out there, but Casey now, like, he's got no problem doing all the Demco 80-20.5 stuff, because that is, Taiwan does the
Right.
giant mouse stuff because it's Italy. But I'm pretty sure that's one of the reasons why he doesn't do the f5.5 clip anymore. He didn't realize that it was a Chinese. He didn't realize that was a Riot knife. So
Good
I
on
think
him
that's one
for
of the reasons.
having his moral compass dialed in and sticking
Yeah.
with it over cash.
Yeah, and there's plenty of U.S. companies that he can do stuff for. That's why they will eventually have something for a Medford. He wants to be able to OEM for all major. It's amazing what it goes into, though. What goes into it, though, to keep up with what they currently do, and then have to do product development as well. So, thanks, Shane. Shane's turned into a master moderator all of a sudden.
Well, he gets picked on over in Cole's live, so I want him to be able to wield the wrench over here.
I still, not that we need to rehash it or bring it up here, I still don't really know the full. I've pieced it together. But yeah, that whole thing is silly. Yeah,
I think it's just Cole and Shane are fine. Cole understands
Of course.
Shane's humor. I think a lot of the mods don't understand Shane's humor and have seen his posts, and they're, what's the way to say fanboy? What's the euphemistic way to say fanboy?
I think there is a lack of general silliness on a lot of the other live streams, and they take themselves so serious. Not just the people that are hosting the live, but it seems like the audience is also just takes themselves a little too seriously, man.
Well, it's because they're on the defensive subconsciously because they're being sold to, because it's a browse the web and look at knives for sale the whole time.
Yeah, but
Lou, how are you, brother? It's the vertical man. He's talking about you, Stevie.
Oh, hey, what up? Hey, Anti from the live last week. He showed up in my live today, and he did actually email me. It went to my spam folder. Shout out to Marcos Gamma, who gave me a call earlier. And I told him, I was like, yeah, I still haven't. He said he emailed me, but I didn't get it. And he's like, check your spam. And I checked it, and boom. I don't know why his email went to my spam and not my general. But I'm going to get in touch with Anti. But he said he's going to try to stop by, be up. He said, you thought that was. So he showed up, and I was like, bro. I was like, you touched a bunch of people doing that. And you made a bunch of grown men tear up over that, dude. I was like, I just want to say thank you. And he's like, you haven't seen nothing yet. And I was like, whoa, I don't know what you mean. But go to Mattisfaction's channel on Wednesday, and it's actually Be Up Day. And he said, I'll be there. So I'm going to email him tomorrow morning. I'm going to email him back and make sure he's got all that. Not just to get him back there to donate, but I mean, the dude.
You wanted to do something nice for him anyway. You wanted to send him a swag pack.
Absolutely. I'll figure something out. I got plenty of stuff. I just straightened up my office. And I'm sure, Javon, you're probably not all that different. I got like 5 or 6 bags. Now, it's not like this stuff is like all like super expensive stuff, but I got like 5 or 6 bags full of just different things. I've picked tchotchkes I picked up at blade shows and little things here and there. And I just realized and as much as I give away, I didn't realize how much I still have. So I'm going to be putting together all sorts of giveaway stuff coming up.
Well, I almost went vertical tonight. Everybody it seems to like not want it to be vertical.
Yeah. So it's got
I didn't have any problem watching yours though the other night.
But when it comes to sharing screens, it's not a great experience at that point.
And it is hard to read. Like if I'm watching it on the Apple TV, I can't type. I have to like mute it Or
So to participate in the chat itself can be absolutely so being on the other side of things, I hated vertical lives. I'm like, this is stupid.
hey, Maddie.
I gotta hey, what up, Mattis function? I you have to expand your screen and you can accidentally scroll and now you're in another live stream and links weren't working and I was just like, everyone that does vertical lives are dumb. And then I decided to do one out of the blue and instantly got flooded with trolls. And I enjoyed messing with the trolls back.
I have no problem. I think that makes
And,
it fun. It's almost
and
like
then,
whack-a-mole.
so you get the same three kind of trolls that pop in. Someone that wants to talk about Diddy or Trump, and then the folks that want to trick you into saying the N word, and they're there. So
Oh yeah,
so you have to read the comment before you decide to start clicking on anything.
oh absolutely. And I always that's where the wrenches come
But
in handy.
yes, absolutely. But I also told people, hold on a second. Don't zap everybody immediately. Now, if they're saying some dumb shit, definitely zap them. But I've been able to turn around, I'd say, a good dozen or so people since I started doing it that they're not watching my regular content at all. I don't care about that. But they're coming back to the lives and they're participating. And
They're dinner
we
friendly.
now, so in that sense, it's brung a new element to things. They can be fun, but again, I understand. It can be annoying. There's people that are absolutely like Ed Harrison. Ed Harrison ain't coming around if you're doing a vertical. He hates them.
I don't. I thought about doing them maybe like
Yeah.
the nights that I can't sleep, just doing them totally random, like at 2:00 in the morning or something. Because just to pull in lonely people, right? Pull in people.
That's all it is. I mean,
Exactly.
we all scroll the shorts feed and you start getting fed other live streams. And I haven't really chatted in any of them, but I'll stop and watch for a second.
I had to give Shane some recognition for being the first order.
Shane, it's been going on for 6 hours. Do you know the amount of people that have messaged me already telling me they've gotten them? We're talking like fives of people.
The first order off this stream.
Oh, I hope that is the case.
That's what I was celebrating. I knew. I want Shane to feel good. What's up, Marisol?
What up, Marisol? But so yeah, the vertical lives are it'll pull in.
Congratulations, Michael.
And it's I don't know. Me and Maddie have done late night with said faction at vertical and then shut it down because it got annoying and we just restarted and went horizontal.
So you can't switch once you started. You got to stop.
No, you can't. No, you can't. So, but I schedule mine through StreamYard even.
Yeah, because it gives you the choice to go.
Yeah.
It not only gives you the choice when you schedule it, but when you go in to go live, you can choose what orientation.
I think a lot of people were just like when Shane would go live at the shop, he's just going live on YouTube. I mean, all he's got to do is click go live, but you can't highlight comments or really interact with the chat at that point. You see them scrolling, but you can't do anything with it. So I did that once, and then I decided to start scheduling it so I could actually still interact with the chat. You can still have people on, and again, but you're looking at it. Everyone's looking at a tiny screen, and it gets, if you have more than three people, no
it's
good.
Too small. Yeah, it works for two because it stacks you on top of each other.
Yeah, you can change the different layouts for sure. But then when you share the screen, you're sharing a horizontal screen, and so it shrinks it to fit. And now you're only sharing at like the top quarter of this. And even I have my secondary monitor is a 32-inch monitor off to here. Even watching a vertical live stream on there, it still sucks. You know,
I've got to get a second monitor,
so
dude. I do all this off one and an iPad, and it
oh,
sucks. Lou
I
says he's found a lot of knife channels in vertical streams. What you
yeah,
get as a digital guy is you get probably 100 times more reach because YouTube has
yep,
been promoting shorts because it takes less bandwidth. They want more people to get exposure, bring more people on the platform.
yep.
And with the vertical lives, you can scroll through lives, and you probably got a lot of views on that one too. Like your latent
Oh
views
man,
afterwards.
it's 10 times the views that I get on a normal live.
Do this just for because I've only run one, and it's the most revenue I've ever made. It was $12.38, but it was the
You
most revenue
know,
I've
I
made
haven't
from
actually
AdSense.
gone back and looked in my
And then look at one of your 2-hour regular streams, just ad
oh,
revenue.
those ones I don't even usually monetize because they get demonetized anyway. Man, now every time I log into it makes me second party verify.
Something just went into effect because everything's making you do it, and it sucks.
It sucks, but man, after being a victim of so much shit, I'm not mad at it.
Me neither. I'm not mad at it.
All right. So if I go to live, let's see here.
I think I'll experiment it with them late night and just see what kind of like casting a net behind a boat.
How do you find how much a video makes?
You go to your analytics, then
Uh-huh.
content.
Oh, okay. See, I never look. So
I don't either. I mean, but the only reason I looked at that
Uh,
one is because I got a message in my studio saying I had my top performing live stream, which I was like, what does that mean? Find it.
hold on, that can't be right. It says I made $99 on that live.
Yeah, it's not. It's well because it's got your super chat in there. No, it doesn't
Oh,
either.
that's probably because I've never. It also says I have -2 subscribers. um,
Oh, dude, I lose subscribers every day.
man,
And most of my subscribers don't watch my long form content. They're just there for the short
not
form
at all.
content. It's
Yeah.
bizarre.
Yeah. But nah, I don't know. I can't find it. But
They definitely bring in a
yeah.
lot more people. And if you like to feed trolls, it's a lot of fun because you can always meet them. And then you'll get people in there that are just like, wow, this is a nice community. You know, people that might not be knife people, but they're just looking for somewhere to hang out.
Yeah, yeah. And if so they're there to F with you. And then when you F with them back, they're like, okay, maybe this is a cool place to go.
Hey, buddy, I don't ever do the little everyday lives. I just started the
Uh,
Tuesday lives. Edgy.
but yeah, it's fun turning them around, and I think all the people that show up would agree. You know, Todd is usually there, and Shane and Merceau's there, and um, we got people showing back up now for like the third, fourth week in a row. You met one of them, all about beauty or something. Is Todd here? But she's just a random.
Is she the Canadian chick?
Yeah, the Canadian chick.
Yeah, I was in
So that's her
there.
second week. That's her second week in a row showing up, and she bought or she sent me a message. We're waiting till the whole mail thing comes down, but she's buying. She wants to buy some beard oil for her sons.
Dude,
And
that's how you connect with people. That's what it's all about. Because she could tell her tennis buddies. You never know how many.
And it's not about her buying more stuff from me. It's about like she's wanting to like interact with the audience.
Something in
Again,
your personality attracted
she's
her.
not gonna watch me talk about a knife, but to come and hang out and do a little bit different stuff, I don't know. There's something cool about that.
There's something very cool about that because I think the reason we all got into knives was through Grateful Panic's lives and just talking about life.
And right,
Well, we
that was
were
that was
already into knives to some degree, but what
yeah.
really got me into it was talking about life. Hey, Jay.
What up, Jay? Speaking of Canada, um, yeah. I mean, that's the cool thing, and a lot of us say it now over and over and over. Came for the knives, stayed for the folks, and we can talk knives all we want, but the getting to know. I remember the very first live stream I did on my channel. I had Kevin and Andrew, Hawaii Knifing Gear, and Brandon Thrasher on. And Brandon and Andrew and me started talking about music. And Kevin was like, "You guys haven't talked about knives in like 20 minutes. I'm out of here," and left. And I was like, "Oh, yeah, I thought we were just having a natural conversation here."
We got
Yeah,
plenty of
Todd.
time to talk about knives. I think anytime somebody wants to hear about a knife, they can log on and hear about one.
Yeah. But that made me, I don't know, there's definitely the element. I look at this like I'm talking to you guys like if we were at the bar shooting pool, throwing darts, hanging out. And we're gonna talk about whatever we talk about. If it's knives, cool, it's knives. If it's something else, it's whatever else,
Exactly.
I look at it more of natural conversation.
Long form natural conversation.
Yeah, yeah. So that's what I like about it.
Yeah, me
But
too. The first ever live stream I was on, ironically, was a Knives Live with Red Wolf and
you did it.
Andrew.
You were with Red Wolf,
Andrew and
Hawaii
one more
Knifing
guy.
Gear, and Blades and Fades. I think
Blades and Fades, exactly right.
Blades
The guy
and
that cuts
Fades.
hair. Yep.
It was at like 2 a.m. or
4 or
3
5,
a.m.
yeah.
or something. And remember, like Dusty Rhodes came in, and that was one of my favorite hours. One, it was one of the first times that Andrew had done a live on his own, and I love that dude. I talked to him just last week, but and that was before Red Wolf went full douchebag. He was still semi cool then. And I've never really known Blades and Fades. Jamie is his name, I think, maybe. And I don't see him around too much anymore.
I see shorts every now and then.
Okay.
I think Red Wolf may be working on a redemption arc. I don't know if he's doing it in the knife community, but he put a video up today or yesterday. You know those different weighted bats that people use to work out?
I saw Red Wolf's video. Yeah.
But he looked healthier to me. His face
Yeah.
looked healthier. He didn't look all junkied out.
Well, he left California, and look, the guy's a piece of crap.
No doubt.
There's no doubt
saying
about
anything.
that.
No,
He has
because you
very
don't
few
change your heart.
he has very few redeeming qualities, but he's one of those guys that he's like, I'm a natural born. I'm not making excuses for him, but he's like, I'm a natural born piece of crap. I know that. I'm gonna disappoint everybody every single time. I'm not a good person. And he kind of leans into it, which is what I think makes him a little douchey. But if you go back to his channel, you can go on like 3 or 4 weeks in a row. And I used to do lives during like Saturday at like 11 a.m. with him and Jared. Back when him and Jared were still friends, and now he's you got that email from Doug Ritter a couple months ago when he had emailed the entire Knives Live thing.
It probably
asking
went
to
to my
promote
spam
something.
because a couple of years ago he was tracking me down, and I finally went into witness protection because I talked to him.
So he just a couple months ago, he sent out like, "Hey man, if you guys could help blast this bill out or whatever," and it had everybody from the original Knives Live on it, and it had gone to my spam also because someone told me about it. Maddie told me about it, but Kyle replied back to everybody, including Doug Ritter, and it just says, "Fuck off, Jared. Take me off this email list."
That's so funny, dude. That's so funny. I
No
remember
one
when Jared.
responded.
I remember when Jared had to pull Kyle out of that when all that shit went down. Jared was doing some promotion with like 6 or 7 channels. Remember?
Yeah.
And it was a giveaway, and he had to like pull it out and do a.
Yep. Donnie, how do you feel about Philly toothpicks? I like them. Cool. Let's form a club.
Club Philly.
But yeah, that's how I cut my teeth learning to do more live streams because Kyle used to go live all the time. Red Wolf. But yeah, I finally told him, hey man, you're the douche factor is just too much. I'm not gonna pretend like I don't know you, but nice knowing you, man. Like,
Yeah,
I don't want that smoke, and we're not good enough friends to where I want to be guilty by association.
exactly right. Exactly right.
You know, so but and again, we don't got to rehash it all, but you know, there was all that, you know, him getting accused of all the stuff that he did. So many guys fell for his trolling
About how tough he was.
Yeah, he and how he was claiming that he had gone to prison and did all this stuff. He was messing with everybody, and they're like, he's just a huge liar, and he's like, you guys are totally, you don't realize that I'm getting over on you left and right. He's like, you guys take the bait every time.
Yeah, the one thing the one
Box up,
redeeming quality that I liked about it was the few videos he did where he would do drunk unboxings.
Yes.
Where he would sit there and he'd bought just a shitload of stuff and he'd be there unboxing it, wondering what it was, blackout buying or whatever.
Yeah.
But yeah, you look back and there definitely been some questionable people that come or go. And the funny thing is we'll see more of it. Without a doubt.
Oh, yeah, it's inevitable. It's a numbers game, and if it's a community, there's gonna be shitbags. Plain and simple. It's a community. Not everyone in y'all's community. By the way, if you're like, there's no shitbags in my community, you're probably the shitbag.
Yeah, that everybody talks about.
I'm talking to you, Donnie Bless. You know, so it's gonna happen. They're gonna pop up, and there's gonna be people that just don't get along with one another, and it's a good delusion of grander. I think that everyone's gonna get along with one another. It's okay that you don't.
Sure.
There's just personalities that you're not going to mesh well with, that people that you do mesh with, they mesh with them, but you don't. And that's always kind of a weird thing. It's like, well, you know, but some people just aren't for, I am not for everybody. And that's okay too, man.
Absolutely.
You know, everyone wants to pretend like we have to all be friends. We don't.
No,
it's cool. It's cool if we are.
Being civil is a good thing, you know.
Yeah. Keep it civil.
And you see a lot of people that,
but throw some jabs. I like to throw some jabs every once in a while. You know, I like to low key talk some shit.
Oh yeah. Well, point out the ridiculous, point out the obvious, and see if anybody picks up on it.
But the other thing that's nice about this community is the minute I start, I think, being a little douchey, you get called out for being a douche, and I don't want to be a douche, and so I have taken it too far sometimes, and people are like, "Hey, dude,
hey, nothing feels worse," and I get it every Saturday morning when you wake up to DMs that somebody had to leave your live because they were offended, and I know I'm never going to make everybody happy, nor am I going to change the way I do things. I'm going to try to be more respectful as a person every day, but it's just nobody wants to be it's nice to be called out a douche. Bearded Doom did
Yeah.
it to me once beautifully and made me see something I didn't see, so I respect it.
But yeah, I always say, look, at the end of the day, I want to make people laugh, not cry or be sad. So if I take it too far, I take it too far, and I will gladly apologize. Maddie, is that true? Hollywood Tactical, is that who you're talking about? His roommate died and he was evicted according to his last live he did months ago. He showed up out of nowhere.
About 2
Maybe I
weeks
guess
ago.
that was before then, I guess. That sucks.
That does suck.
Hollywood Tactical's live streams were some of the weirdest, strangest. He's the one that started the whole keystering. I think it was Jason Brown that started keystering, the whole keystering thing on his, because he'd get huge
Kathleen,
and stuff, and
look at you.
jeez, he's a character, and that Knives Live ambush. Oh man,
Dude, that was bizarre. I was either right before that or right after it.
no,
It was
he was directly after that, after you guys.
That was bizarre because he went off on some weird political. I mean,
Yeah,
I
he
didn't
made
even
it.
understand.
Yeah, all about the government and everything, and he was clearly planning that.
Yeah, that was a what would you call it? A snipe.
It was an ambush.
Yeah.
But his lives were fun though, man. He'd have his girlfriend or his wife in another
Call in
country who's
from
half undressed, and he's just chilling on a mattress on his floor. Yeah. But he's a weird guy. So he had reached out to me and he's like, "Hey, do you want to do like some sort of a movie themed EDC, I don't know, podcast or something?" I'd love to do something like that. He's like, "Cool, let's talk about it." Like a month went by, finally messaged, and I'm like, "Hey man, do you want to do this thing that you're talking about?" He's like, "I don't have time to talk to you. I'm too busy with life, and respect my," he said, "respect my space" or something. I'm like, "You told me to contact
Yeah,
you,
you reached
asshole."
out to me. I'm just following up if you did, and there's so much. And again, I try to always think you never know what is causing somebody to be a way that they are, but to be just rude and dismissive, there's never a reason for that.
But that sucks that he's homeless. I didn't know any of that. But
Well, if he's not using drugs, he can find shelter in California, I would think.
yeah, I would definitely think so.
And can he not find another roommate, I wonder, or
I don't know.
is there more to the story?
I got something else kind of cool in today.
What'd you get?
I don't think he's going live with these yet, but I got some just little 3D printed bit drivers from Orion Knives from David.
Oh, that's pretty
Told me
cool.
to give him some notes on them. They're a little snug. I got to use my little Knipex to get it. It needs to break itself in. I think they're literally fresh off the 3D printer. They're
Do
nothing
they have
fancy.
magnets in them?
No magnets. No magnets. I think he was going for more retention. Again, not a finished product, but they're nothing fancy at all. But they're cool just to have laying around
In your truck, or if you ever need
Yeah.
to use one.
Yeah, totally.
That's very
David-
cool. So he just printed those up himself?
Yeah. David's going to town on all sorts of 3D printing. He did these irises, the 3D printed Opinel. He uses an Opinel number 8 blade. You can get them in carbon or stainless steel. I got one of each. Then he 3D prints these integral handles with a sliding. So instead of having a traditional Opinel, I don't know what they call their lock, but like the twist lock.
Yeah.
It's got this sliding. It slides to the left. Oh, the blade's open, and it slides to the right. So you
And is
can
it just
totally.
the 3D printed and the blade, or is there any liner in there?
There's no liner in there. It's just got a pin. So it's basically set up like a open L. It's got a little pin pivot mechanism in there. So this is not a knife to baton with. But there is no blade play. Shane's got one.
Great for cutting fruit, for opening
Yeah.
packages.
This has been more of a hard use knife for me than most of my other knives, surprisingly. That's what. So everybody knows I'm not a hardcore knife user. When this can get me through 90% of my weekly tasks, that's how much of I use a knife. So, but yeah, David's he's 3D printed these. I got another cool thing going on with David. David Cam, Orion Knives, Blade Banter. He's an awesome mind in the community.
The Solaris was one of the first 20 knives I bought. It was my first creator knife, I guess you'd call it, that I bought. It's a great knife.
The Solaris is what kind of got me to notice Mattisfaction. I'd watched a couple of Maddie's video. Maddie had his channel before I had mine, and that's when I really started paying attention. Maddie was going crazy about the Solaris, and then I met David. I didn't even realize it, but I met him at the Pacific Northwest meetup. We had a Benchmade a couple years back, and just got to know him a little bit more and just realized the cool stuff that he's doing with Orion Knives. And he's a dude I'll always support. And he's the QSP rep.
Oh, really?
Yeah. If you ever deal with anyone from QSP on the US side, it's most likely David Cam that you're dealing with.
Look whose card I've got.
Yep. David Cam, QSP.
Blade Show.
Yep, that's David. Blade Banter and Orion Knives.
It is a great fruit cutter. I think it's a good everyday cutter. For me,
yeah,
I like a big knife just to carry from time to time, but most of the knives I like I want them to be slicey.
Once he gets through some of his other projects, he'd like to refine the Solaris. You know, he started that knife 4 years ago. By the time it finally came to production, you know, it's easily 4 years old, and how much he's evolved in his designing and his thought process and everything in 4 years. He's talked about wanting to revisit the Solaris because it could be, you know, so much more.
Well, I mean, it's such a good button lock, and it's got a really tall, flat ground blade that's just great.
Yeah. Me and Shane have talked about him a bunch. I agree. But
he's Shane's favorite absolute Chinese person.
Some dude in Ukraine is reblading open L's. I've seen that, Marsal. Yeah. I think Pocket Razors might have one. Does Pocket Razors have one? I know Pocket Razors got some cool open L's. But I think Messer was talking about those too, Marsal.
So open L's, I mean, they're super popular knives, I would think, globally, right? I mean, they sell like crazy.
Yeah.
I can remember my uncle had one back in, it had to be the late 70s, early 80s.
I mean, that's one of the knives that I think I saw, and like I know my grandpa had a couple like in his tackle box, and like they were like a junk drawer knife almost back in the day. You know, it was just I bet you, just like so many other random slip joints out there, I bet you there's tons of patinaed like crazy, rounded off tip open L's sitting in someone's junk drawer that's been there for it's cut the dingleberries off the freaking dog. It's cut
Everything.
tape, and one of those type.
45 door.
It's the equivalent of the orange handled all-purpose scissors that we all had in our junk drawer growing up. That
Right.
your mom
Right.
would cut your hair with. Again, you'd cut the pizza with.
Cut Christmas paper with it.
Yeah, all those. You know what I'm talking about? The orange handled. So everybody had the orange handled.
Yeah, absolutely. I think my mom still has some.
But to me, that's what an Opinel is. Also, they're a classic. And there's a lot of knockoffs too. So who knows if they were actually Opinels? But I remember the name Opinel from a kid.
Are they Swiss?
They're French, aren't they?
French. Okay, I knew they were something.
Yeah,
That sounds
Marceau.
kind of.
So they're French, right? Paul, yes, absolutely. Buck 110s as well.
Yeah, you'll see them with all kinds of shit on them.
Yeah, yep. Demonox said it French. Oh, Demonox. Earlier you told me to check my Instagram, and I didn't do that.
Give you all a quick update on Cooper. Cooper is kicking it. Cooper's been sleeping in my mom's bed. Still a stray cat, I guess you'd say, but or a feral. Where'd that picture go? Oh, and there's that little bastard right before he scratched me. He's a miniature cat too. I would say midget, but it's not
A little
politically
mini
correct.
cat,
Huh?
just a little pussy.
Yeah, my mom. It was out where she plays tennis, and her groundskeeper caught it, and they took it to the vet to get it fixed, and thought it was a kitten, and it came back 7 years old based on dental records. But it's tiny, dude. I mean, it's like a little dwarf cat. Sketchy as the day is long.
Still sketchy though. Hasn't warmed up
Oh,
at all.
hell yeah. I mean, he hangs around a lot more now, but like my mom was convinced on day 3, she was like, well, I've lost him. I was like, what do you mean? She goes, I can't find him anywhere. I must have let him out when I was on Ambien. I was like, Mom, you wouldn't have done that. Don't be stupid. He's somewhere hiding out. And my little brother in his old room, there's this dresser, and he collected all these sports cards. So there are all these shoe boxes with sport cards under his dresser. Well, evidently there's a little tunnel that Cooper made to go back there where nobody can fucking find him.
Oh, patina, Trace Leches.
So how's business, Stevie? Are you traveling a lot, or are you getting to work a lot from around there?
It's the calm before the storm. I've been working from home a lot. This is our nutty time of year, and my boss just quit a couple weeks ago, so I'm having to take on his duties as well. I have to travel. I have the last 2 weeks of the year off, thank God. So I'm short timing it right now.
It's kind of winding it down.
Yeah. Luckily, our year end is usually pretty quiet, so I can take time off then. But I'm going to be traveling a lot. Q1, I got to do. I'm starting off. I'll be in California. I'm going to be in Patina's backyard in January, and then I got to go to Colorado, and I got to go to Montana, and I got to. I'm going to be hitting up Demonoc. I'm going to be spending 4 days in Las Vegas, and yeah, going to be lots of travel the first quarter, but nothing too much as of late. Just traveling around my home area.
Closing out the year, everybody kind of thanking everybody for their business, stuff like that.
And at this point, contractors have had enough. Like, they're like, look, man, we get 10 bottles of booze and we get, all the shirts and hats and everything. Just leave us alone. Thank you. We appreciate it, but enough's enough. So
we'll
I
call
just
you when we need you.
Yeah. I still have my regulars that I'll see at the end of the year, and I'll go and get bottles of wine and stuff like that for some work pays for it all. But Yeah, so luckily my boss quitting, it was not horrible timing, but I got to pick up a lot of the slack
You
from
see
him.
Shane's message? He's got a solution for you.
But Shane, y'all live. We have I won't say it publicly, but my company has a manufacturing plant in Montgomery.
Really,
Where
I used to have an office in Montgomery that I covered. Have you ever been there? That's a shithole of a town. That's the asshole of Alabama.
and our call center is based in Montgomery. So when people always ask me, like, "Hey, if we call your tech support line, am I going to get someone, in the U.S.?" And I said, "You are." And sometimes they have an accent that you're going to wish you were talking to an Indian dude.
However, yeah, you won't be able to understand
Yeah.
if somebody might go Hawk 2 on you.
Yeah.
Richard,
Oh,
what's going
hey,
on?
man, what I've been hearing, I don't know enough about it. But speaking of the Haktua, she scammed people for money now.
Dude, it was the biggest rug pull, which is a meme coin, which is a type of crypto coin that's not regulated, but it's still traceable on blockchain. And I don't think Hawk Tua or Haley Welch, whatever her name is, I think she was a willing participant. I think these crypto guys came to her and said,
Oh,
hey,
sure, that's what happened.
so what happens is they pre-sold it with fees. So they collected
I don't know
over
what
$1
any
million.
of that means.
Well, basically, they said, okay, the coin's going to go live Wednesday, but you guys can buy in now and you'll get a bonus free token. So they weren't targeting the crypto market. They were targeting Haley's fans. Did you realize? I didn't know this till all this happened. She had the 5th most popular podcast in the fucking country, according to
That's
which
disappointing.
makes you think it's an industry plant because according to streaming numbers. But anyway, so they pre-sold it for 3 days, and a lot of these old people put their life savings in. It went up to a 500 million market cap. 2 hours later, it was gone. It was down to like 16 million. So they did they made the mistake of getting on Twitter and doing a Twitter Spaces to talk to their fans. Have you ever heard of a guy named CoffeeZilla?
I know who CoffeeZilla is.
CoffeeZilla
That's
joined.
where I first heard about this. Like he called in or something.
Oh
right?
yeah, in the Twitter
Yeah,
space, he goes, "What? This is the worst pump and dump I've ever seen." And then Hawk Tua goes, "Then why the fuck you in here?" And then halfway through the explanation, like an hour into this call, she goes, "Hey guys, I hate to interrupt you, but I'm gonna go to bed now. I'll talk to y'all tomorrow." She hadn't been heard from since. Allegedly, she's gonna be Hawk Tua and a judge because it was more because what CoffeeZilla came out with, everything you can see what all the wallets were on the blockchain. So there are 9 people that are holding 96% of all of that money. So it's going to come out.
So is it illegal what she did?
It's not regulated. It is illegal. Fraud's illegal.
Oh yeah, right. Fraud. But this is more of a civil thing, not criminal, right?
It depends, and there's several different theories on it. A lot of people say that this meme coin space, that so many people like the Paul brothers, almost every one of those big weird creators, Kai Cenat, all of them have been involved in it, that it's something that's hard to get pinned on them. And usually it's not the creators that make the huge bag. The creator might get guaranteed $100,000, but there's, $70 million of capital that's transferred. But the fact that people would buy that shit.
I'd scam every one of you mofos for $100,000. I'm just going to tell you that right now.
The fact that anybody would buy into something like that. I mean, again, I kick myself, and I wonder what Maddie's Bitcoin wallet looks like now, because I would kick myself for not investing when it was 37,000. I was very close.
Look, it sucks that people's grandmas got scammed out of this, but shame on you for letting your grandmas get people. If people put their life savings into that, it sucks.
See, I didn't see any of the lead up or how she was positioning it on a long term.
Good for them, I say.
because in that Twitter call, the guy keeps saying, well, the it wasn't insider trading. That money went to the foundation. And CoffeeZilla kept saying, who is the foundation? And it's evidently this guy's saying to provide long-term returns for the investors. So with his language, it makes me think that they might have built it up to be something it wasn't. So there might be fraud there.
Yeah.
But the bank set up offshore. So all that shit, so sketchy. It's so dodgy.
It's the perfect crime.
But the fact that they still find people to fall for it, I mean, it's just crazy.
Well, I mean, that's why scams work, because sometimes you only need to hit a few.
Oh, dude, the worst thing is, you know, I take care or go by daily to take care of my dad. He's 84. He's got dementia, but we took away his car, but he still stays at home. We had to finally turn off his house phone because he was trying to wire $30,000 from one of his investment accounts to somebody who was bringing him a BMW. He can't drive, but he's like a child, right? So then every time I walk up there and he's on his cell phone, he'll be talking to somebody and he starts asking me questions like, what are we going to do? How are you and Fred going to handle my burial? The stuff you hear. And I was like, Dad, you've shown all that. That's all covered in your will. Don't make me turn off your cell phone. There's a whole industry built because the aging people are living so much longer. Those people should be taken out and shot, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Because they literally prey on him. And what they do, because we reported that attempted wire because we stopped it at the bank. It was in process. There's nothing they could do, but they said what the scammers look for is lonely grandparents. And they usually call and say your granddaughter was in a wreck or your granddaughter's in trouble. She needs you to wire her this much money or something, you know, just horrible things that old people shouldn't have to deal with.
Do you know who Kit Boga is? KIT Boga on YouTube? He prank phone calls scammers, like baits them and exposes them for everything and like wastes their time, and it's hilarious stuff. But like he's built millions of followers based on exposing all these scams, and it happens. The reason why there's so many of them out there is because it happens. You know, they'll be the ones like, they talk people into giving you control of your computer, and then they get into your bank account, and you know, it's crazy. You really think Haley Welch orchestrated both?
No, but there's so much data floating around out there. And I mean, I guarantee you, if you Google your phone number, you'll find out it's been leaked somewhere. And that's how all these, like, I'll tell my dad, if you pick up the phone and there's a pause, it's a goddamn computer that's calling millions of phones. And when it answers, it then rings back to a desk or a little cubicle where somebody picks up and goes, Mr. Evans. You know, that's why there's that delay. And I'm like, just hang up. And he'll wait for that shit. I've stood by him and it just frustrates me to no end.
So I answer, if I don't know who's calling me, I always answer the phone. This is Stevie. And it'll be click. Like they're just looking for anyone to say hello, and then you hear that little pause, and then they hop on. But if you just answer the phone, if you don't say hello when you answer the phone,
just address them.
If you go, who's this? Or like I said, I answer my phone, this is Stevie, and it's just automatic click. But I have a short up, and I have like on Instagram. Before I had a YouTube channel, I recorded myself messing with a scammer one time. Now I want scammers to call me because I want to mess with them.
I remember that. Was it a short or was it a story or what was it?
One of the two. I don't remember if it was
a reel.
It would have been a reel because it was way before I had my YouTube channel. But
he's having a conversation. What are they talking about? Have y'all heard speak? Oh yeah, that one law firm put out a big post in something on some social media saying if anybody's been affected by the Hawk Tuah scam, contact us. And allegedly there are going to be several lawsuits. But again, I don't know what you can do with something's offshore. There's one thing about those scammers.
Okay, so hold on. There's scammers that are going to try to scam the people that got scammed.
Absolutely.
Call if you've been scammed out of a lot of money. Call us and we'll help you get more money.
That is just fishing.
I bet you those are quack lawyers just trying to get you on retainer for something.
Absolutely.
Oh.
Absolutely. You don't pay unless we collect.
But they're all a bunch of wannabe Better Call Sauls.
I don't even think Haley Welch, I guess she created content. She had a podcast, but I think that was kind of created for.
What I think, the little bit I know about that person, I think that people saw value in her and just contacted her right away and like, if you just listen to us, we'll guide you down this path and we'll make money, you'll make money, and let's get in while the getting's good.
I don't blame her a bit. I mean, she went viral.
Of course not, man. Why wouldn't
you know who started her podcast, who she joined forces with, who this is all going to come down on?
I saw her like early on with like Whitney Cummings, right?
That was her first guest, but you know whose podcast BEHR network she joined? Who signed her? Jake Paul.
Oh, of course.
So, and they're thinking a lot of the stuff that I've watched, which again, it's gossipy. They go, Jake Paul is a past crypto scammer. B, if this is his most popular podcast in his network, he's not going to let a scammer get to her because he's got enough control unless he's involved in the scam himself.
Man, God bless America.
Dude, you're talking about $400 million that are just gone. Not gone. It's been, what would you call it? Wealth redistribution. In a different way.
Say what you will about the younger generation, but the dudes that have figured out how to run all those internet-based social media scamming, they're making millions. I'm not talking about the Jake Pauls. I'm talking about like the backers and stuff.
Oh, the one I'm talking about, most impressed. The one I'm most impressed with,
and get their hooks into the social media folks who. The Jake Pauls of the world are making money for sure, but the guys that are backing the Jake Pauls are making even more money.
Are you familiar with Eddie at Kick? I think he's in his low 30s, but he's the one that started Kick, which is a streaming platform that takes all the other people that everybody bans.
Yeah. I briefly heard. I heard something about Kick.
Well, Kick is owned by Stake, which is Eddie's parent company. Stake is the biggest online offshore gambling thing.
Oh, go figure.
So these Kick live streamers get $50 to $100 million contracts. They get paid $20,000 an hour to stream, but they have to play some kind of gambling game while they're streaming. So it's a big, huge scam of just degeneracy. But the money that they make and the fact that this Eddie guy who lives in Australia, the company's based in Australia, came up with this, Kick is really just a front. They keep throwing money at Kick because Stake makes so much money. I mean, I'm in a state that you can't gamble in Alabama, but if I had a VPN, I could.
Yeah, in Washington, if you have to have a VPN in order to do. You can't do any online.
I wouldn't trust online gambling any more than a Ponzi scheme, because I mean, it seems like somebody dealing cards to me or watching a dice roll might be some luck in it, even though the odds are against me. But when I'm watching it on a computer, you can program anything in there.
So, yeah, man. Hey, I think if I would have been around early on and someone would have approached me at like the ground level, I was a little bit younger. I'm sure I would have gone into all that type of stuff, man. I know so many grifters and like dudes that hustled that just missed. They were a little too before the internet time frame, but I ran with all those guys and I almost got suckered into so many different scams. I don't know how many times. Luckily I kept my money. But
what's wild is every now and then they hit. I went to college with a guy named Clay, and if you Google Clay Andrews, what was the name of the company? It was a credit card processing company, and then NASCAR. It'll pull him up, his Wikipedia. But he's my age, a year younger. We went to college together, partied his ass off. It was wild as shit. We partied together a lot. Scary partying. And so they got out of college, and he and this guy who was always getting in trouble, but he was brilliant. He never made a B. He graduated from Vanderbilt College on a full scholarship, and they lived in an apartment instead of him going to be a doctor, and they were working on code, and nobody knew what they were doing. Well, they were finding, this is when porn got first big on the internet, when people could buy it. This is when it was the years of dial-up. There's a movie called Middlemen, and it is a movie about these two guys. So what they did is they came up with a way to process credit cards for porn site where it couldn't be traced as a porn transaction. And when they moved out to LA,
are you saying corn?
Porn.
Porn.
Yeah.
Makes much more sense. Okay.
Yeah. So they met this lawyer out in LA, and he said, why don't we do this for all the sites? And so then they got to a point where they're making $250 a day and crazy shit. And the whole thing went down. Now, one of the guys, Joel, is still out there, mega millions. But this one dude, the genius of the group, is pretty much schizophrenic, I would say. He's kind of a mad genius. But there is after he got out, they bought him out, right? They bought him out because he was causing problems, right? He was, and I'm going to show you a trailer here in just a second. So what he did is his dad was a big race fan. So Clay went out and invested his money in a Busch racing team. They made their own engines. They had their own car, and they had a young driver that nobody knew named David. He ended up running in NASCAR. I forget his name. But anyway, they are the only team that is independently funded that won a NASCAR race. And after he won that race, which was his 7th race, they wrecked 6 times, won the 7th. The day after, he congratulated everybody and closed it down because all he wanted to do was give his dad a win.
Yeah, that's cool.
But here's the trailer, and I'll probably get a strike for it, but I don't care because this is that good. Because it'll give you an idea of the debauchery.
Name's Jack Harris. The year was 1995. There was a VCR in every home. Music was still bought in record stores. And the
Can y'all
world
hear
was
that?
buzzing about a brand new invention called the internet.
What's up?
Which up until then sucked. What most people don't know is it was impossible to buy anything online. Until these 2 idiots came.
That's Joel and Clay. That's in their apartment in Huntsville. So they started credit card transactions.
What good is the internet for if it's not entertaining? We take some pictures, we scan them, we upload them, and we make a little money.
So what they started doing is uploading to a small site and trying to get subscribers to that site and make money that way.
What are you
Is that
doing?
Giovanni Ribisi?
15 minutes.
And that's where I come in.
We can take a credit card from anywhere in the world and deliver a product anywhere in the world. We can make a profit on every transaction. We're just the middlemen.
That's limitless.
In less than a month, we were making $200,000 a day.
What kind of
Debauchery.
Full amount of money. We're afraid we're going to get cracked.
Now,
who started it all.
But it's got whoops.
It probably doesn't end well for them, though, right?
No, it does. I mean, they're both still alive, but it shows the downfall of the company because they did get in with some, shady lenders, mafia people, and it's just wild. It's a wild story. And this dude, there's pictures of it in there. Like there's a scene where they go, "What's this in my desk drawer?" And Clay goes, "Oh, that's that check from that company." And he goes, "This is $2.8 million. He goes, "You asked what it was." So I mean, and at the same time, Clay's sitting there with a crossbow in the office, shooting it into the wall because he's coked to the gills. I mean, it was just debauchery.
Yeah. I would have, man.
Bless, have you seen it?
The Pioneer guys like
Clay
that.
Andrews, the guy that's out of it the whole time, is a good buddy of mine. He's back in Huntsville now.
Oh, so wait a minute. You know one of the guys that movie's based
I know
on?
both of them. I went to high school with both of them. Yes. Joel was a year older. Joel is still out there running a company called Epideric or something, which is a credit card processing company, multimillionaire. Clay was a multimillionaire, but then he bought the NASCAR team.
Oh, that's right. Okay, I totally missed the connection.
No, dude, Clay and I in 1988, we would get Nintendo cartridges. Remember those? The boxes that came in? We had a guy in Florida that would send us product, and he played in a band at the time. We both did. We shared a soundboard. And I can remember having to be at his house at 9:00 in the morning, waiting for the FedEx guy, sweating my fucking nuts off because it was happening like every week. His roommate, Clay's roommate, he had nothing to do with this movie, but he works for Joel now, was the biggest dealer, I would say, on campus. Put it this way. We had a Heisman candidate quarterback for Auburn. Auburn's a pretty big school, even though they're not Alabama, who got in trouble because he would be seen riding around on Mike Costanza's big black guy on the back of his motorcycle because he just loved the nose sugar. I mean, it was sick, dude.
Oh man.
No, he never got into that. I used to wonder about Clay's preference. It never bothered me, but I was surprised that he got married and had twins, and
you should track those guys down and have them on your live stream.
Dude, this guy,
awesome.
When he came back, he reached out to me. He was staying at a hotel here, the Embassy Suites. It's like $400 a night. And he was just staying there, cigarette burns all on his carpet. He's like a savant. He was talking about, this is when that plane disappeared, where there was no trace of it. Do you remember that, a jetliner?
The Malaysian plane?
Yes.
Yeah.
That's about the time he got back. And he wanted me to meet him at this place called Bandito Burrito. This is still when I drank. So I did. And he had the whole fucking thing figured out. He told me exactly where it went, where it was now, which was in a hangar in Iran, how it was remotely flown there. I mean, all kinds of shit, and how it was going to be used, filled with explosives, that they'd never find the plane until after. It was just bizarre stuff. And you just think about it, and I go, dude, this guy's been right on so many things, but he's just a mad scientist. He would be, he's not YouTube safe.
Yeah.
I might have him on my Rumble channel if I ever go live over there.
Have you got that going at all?
No, I stream over there. So right now, you know how StreamYard will let you stream to different places?
Yeah.
So what's bad about Rumble is they show ads
Box store
out
is
the
one
fucking
of my favorite
yang.
places.
So,
This one may come as
Yes, that's what's prevented me from watching a couple of things on there.
and they also kill your resolution. To see us,
That can't be right.
Yeah.
I made $99 on that.
I got to pause it. I'd paused it before. That was from earlier. But I used to stream just because, again, reach. You never know when somebody's going to come in to Facebook. And then I quit doing that because I know I have too many people in my Facebook world who I don't want to see.
That's why I did it like once or twice, and I was like, oh yeah, I forgot that I'm friends with my Aunt Diane.
Oh yeah,
Who's
I
on
didn't want.
here? I was
And
like,
there's so
turn
many
that in.
rookie-loos that
I was
are
like,
from
turn this
hotels that
off.
would go in there just to see what the fuck I've been up to because I keep a low profile. So I quit doing that. I did to X a few times, and then all of a sudden X said that you could only stream for 5 minutes unless you verified, which is pay their monthly thing. I was like, fuck that. So the only reason I set up a Rumble account was when what happened? My link tree got nuked. And then I was dealing with Instagram issues again, and I just thought, and I'm not doing it because nobody watches regular content on Rumble. It's just live content that they watch there.
That's what I figured. It's just live stream.
So I figure if I stream, I might get 17, 18 views over there. I think I've got 17 followers, so I'm not doing anything except co-streaming.
When I started having issues with Instagram, it made me start looking around. There's another platform that I had. It's not for like video content. But
Is it Vero?
Yeah, Vero. I had tried Vero for a minute. I started Rumble just to do it. I think I have 2 followers on there. I posted Donnie's content is up there. I posted my Blessed Knives custom, and I think I got like 100 views on it or something.
Is it Understood Stevie? I've never gotten 100 views. That's good.
Yeah.
What, is it Understood Stevie?
Yeah, it's just said Stevie.
There you are. You got 4 followers now.
It's been months since I actually been active. I haven't even logged into my account on there.
Well, for a while, because I can't, for some reason, my iPhone gets jammed up every time I try to upload a video because I used to do everything off my iPhone. So now I have to drop it through iCloud to my laptop and upload it. So for a while, for about a week or 2, I was uploading to both places. And then I realized Rumble, people aren't watching taped content. So I just stream there now. I don't stream from there. Like I've never been in Rumble Studio. I just do it through StreamYard.
Donnie, do you love knowing that your video, my Blessed Knives Ripley, I made it a patriotic US video and uploaded it to Rumble, and it's my highest viewed Rumble video.
Let's look at it. Let's watch it and make Donnie watch Rumble. Where is it? Family from the Woods. Handmade in the USA. Here we go. 137 views, dude.
137 views.
Fucking A. I mean, I don't have anything over 17. So
and I knew I was going on Rumble, so I made it all patriotic and put an American flag on it.
Look at you. That is a totally different Stevie. Popping a little pad out there. You got the Last Ranger shirt on.
I thought I'd try to appeal to the Rumble crowd.
No ad.
It didn't work. Because
I'd say it worked. You got 2 thumbs up and you got 100 and something watches.
Oh.
And the quality looks good too.
Salutations, friends. It's pal, said Stevie. I'm willing to bet some people might say that this needs more, but
here comes ads.
That's Ripley number 1.
Be careful with beans. All right, let's talk about beans.
Beans.
Why are we getting targeted beans?
2 weeks of carrying this, I've had 0 problems disengaging the lock, even with a gloved hand. Yesterday, so I spent about 2 weeks with this in and out of pocket.
You need to put more up there, Stevie, because if you look over here on this right sidebar, Knife Center has a site, and it looks like a lot of people Love Them Knives has a site where he does live streams on the patio. BC Blades, whoever that is.
All I did was repurpose my YouTube videos for, I didn't film like separate content. I made
that's all I do.
Thumbnails.
Hell no. Hell no. And then StreamYard doesn't give you like when you can check different places to go, it can't choose Rumble, but you can go to Rumble and set up a live stream, and then it gives you a little key that you can plug into StreamYard, and then every time after that, it finds it. if you ever want to stream both places, even your portraits.
Huh.
You just never know when the terms and conditions are going to change, right?
Right.
Because they did and I even reached out to Linktree because I think what might have gotten me, even though everybody else was getting theirs new.
So I keep meaning to ask you. I've heard you say now. What does that mean? What is Linktree? How does that affect you?
Linktree was a site. I use Beacons.
I
now.
use Linktree. I use Linktree, and EDC Roundtable uses Linktree.
Have you looked at it lately?
I just updated it today with all the
Look
links.
at this. Maybe it was the Smoky Mountain knife links. This is mine right here.
Oh, I don't have any like actual.
I had Blade HQ, all the KPL, anything like that. But then I also had Smoky Mountain Knife Works. But Smoky Mountain Knife Works, if you dive deep into their stuff, they've got items that in these community standards, because I've read them over and over, and there's nothing in here that says anything about a bladed tool. When you get down here to, where is it? When you get down here to, okay, it's up here. It talks about pew-pews and pew-pew parts. Where is it? Anyway, I couldn't, so I emailed them back. So right here. I don't know if y'all are still looking at what I'm looking at.
Yeah.
So that basically says weapons, weapon schematics, accessories, and ammunition, including firearms and real-life replicas. It cannot be fired. Those are, you cannot use it to advertise. So I think that's where I blew it by having the Smoky Mountain Knife Works link on there. So I reached out to them to appeal it, and they reached back out to me saying, after reviewing, your account still whatever banned. I said, okay. I said, can you answer a question for me? There's a link on there that I just realized also sells ammunition, things like that. If I took that away, could it go? They never got back with me. So I started a Beacons. You want me to add that? What'd you have up there? I was going to share.
Oh, I was looking at I'm wondering now if you can share it if you want. I've had links to EDC Roundtable on here for a long time. It's never had a problem, but I just linked Lynch Northwest. Is that going to violate anything?
No, because in the community standards, what I've deduced, and I don't know if it's true or not, yours looks very professional, no problem. Mine was all links to different affiliate stores where you can buy knives.
All the affiliate links.
Yeah, but
gotcha.
There's nothing against knives. One of the affiliate links, Smoky Mountain Knife Works, and if you read the conditions, it says if anything leads to a site. So I'm not putting Smoky Mountain Knives. I'm not a big fan of them anyway.
So that's why a lot of, like, in the firearm community, everyone started doing the newsletters.
Right.
Because they'd say, hey, none of the links to anything that I'm talking about will be in this, but sign up for my weekly or daily newsletter and you'll get all the links that I'm talking about. Because YouTube would say you can't link to anything that has, anything basically firearm related.
Well, that's what Jack Metal Complex up way back when, remember?
No, I don't.
He got his demonetization. So here's what mine looks like now. It looks just the same, but it's Beacons.
Okay.
So it's just links that I have affiliates for. I need to take some of these off of here.
You got a lot of links, dude.
Have you ever seen those when I got a Devo affiliate link, they use a service called Shopify. And then there's another one called ShareSell. I'll send you links. You can basically just go in there and Blade HQ's in there. Big Idea Design Company,
Yeah,
GP Knives, DLT. And all you do is you just
yeah,
apply for it and you get it. It's not,
right. There's
and I don't
also
push them. I just put them in my, I even put in my description a paid. I don't just put this as affiliate link. This is a paid
right.
affiliate link. Use it if you want to. Don't if you don't.
There's also another one. I'm not a part of them anymore. I turned them all off. But like Blade Ops and Urban EDC and TPK and Bastion Pens, they all use another one. The Reversion or something.
Yeah, Reversion. And see, I can't keep them all straight. I used
Yeah,
to
I
just use my link
I
tree to like copy them from that. And when it got burned, for some reason on my phone, when I open it, it still shows my desktop view where I can copy those links and stuff. But I usually use Amazon links. An
yeah.
Amazon affiliate link to me is much more helpful than anything else because you can get stuff quick. I buy so much shit from Amazon, it's silly.
I make Stacy and Zoe buy. I was like, if you're gonna buy something, you're only gonna buy it using my link. And so I'm starting to make tens of dollars on Amazon now.
I make tens every now and then. I had a little streak there where I had a Boker AK-1, this knife right here, which, believe it or not, the AK-1 in the leather slips about $300, but it's RWL 34 carbon fiber. This one's N690 and still made in Germany, but it's $169. And it's a daily carry Boker collaboration, so it's real comfortable. But when I did the review, I put my Amazon link in there, and it knocked. I mean, a lot of them sold. The key is if you wanted to do money on Amazon affiliates, would be like start a Pinterest and do a page called. Okay. David, thank you, brother, for being a member for 6 months. Are you going to bed, brother? Have a good night, man. I figured I would just hang as long as people wanted to hang. And I know most people go to bed pretty early, understandably so. I just don't have a job to go to tomorrow.
When I was cleaning out my office, I found an envelope I had never even bothered to open, but I got a check here from Blade Ops dated August 23rd, 2023 for $36.80.
To me, that's so bizarre checks. I had and I'm kicking myself for it. I had a heater get recalled from Amazon, a smart heater I bought, a little space heater. And I love that thing. And to get my money back, I had to cut the cord, write something with an indelible marker and send them a picture. And then I'd get a refund. And I figured it would just go into my account. No, they emailed me a fucking check that I had to then print and take to the bank. And I was just like, this is ridiculous. Anyway, I'm trying to wire my, I need to figure out how to wire that heater back together because I bought a replacement one and now it's been recalled. And I found out that they've recalled all smart heaters in case a little kid comes in your house and goes, and your thing happens to be behind the curtains because you're storing it. The 1 in a million chance. And a little kid goes, hey, Alexa, turn on the heater. It's not because it's going to blow up. It's just in case you accidentally set it off.
And now you're going to try to pigtail the wires back together?
Well, it was just I cut it too close to the unit, or I would just get another plug. But it almost looks like I can rewire it underneath because it's just a power cord. How dangerous can it be? Really dangerous, right? I can kill myself.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely not going to be.
I've watched a lot of videos
at this point.
I've watched a lot of videos that if you do it the
bingo, you're an expert.
I'm not an expert. I believe it or not, I've not stripped the first wire yet because I don't feel like an expert. Because I told my buddy A to Z, Jeff, I said, dude, it talks about you take off where there's about 1.5 inches, 2 inches of wire on each side. And then instead of taking it halfway, you take it like a third, and then you wrap it back,
Yeah, you got to wrap it back, and
then you wrap that one side, and then it says you do the same thing to the other and wrap them together. And Jeff says, no, I would use those little twist offs. I was like, on a cord? He goes, yeah. Then you fold them down and you tape them. And I'm like, dude, you're over my head. Will you do it for me? He was like, no, I'm not going to be responsible for that. I was like, so I've got this killer heater.
That's an accident waiting to happen, dude.
But when I took the bottom off and just looked at it, it's just got one side of the wire on one post and one on the other.
It's got terminals where it actually connects, then you can get a UL certified plug for it and go back to the, where you're actually undoing a positive and a negative and a ground.
Unfortunately, it's done with a little shrink thing.
It's hardwired.
Well, I don't think it's not soldered. It's done with one of those little sleeves that you put around something and you shoot it, and then it's got a fucking zip tie around that. So it looks dangerous to start with. I think I could only improve on its safety, being an English psychology major who can't even fix a washing machine.
That's a perfect DIY project for you, Javon.
Burn my house down.
Yeah.
Paul Mills, 16 months, dude. That is awesome.
Paul Mills. It's going to end up being worse. Like Scotch talked about the other night, one of the Christmas tree plugs that he had almost melted away and tripped the breaker and shit.
So my mom calls me this morning and goes, John, do you remember Jay Ames from high school? And I go, Mom, the name sounds familiar. She goes, do you remember Mark Ames? I was like, no, he must not have been. He's either older or younger. I don't. Why? And she goes, well, the Ames' house burned down last night. They lived close to my mom. I was like, oh, really? She's like, yeah, evidently Mark was cooking meth. I was like, so did it blow up or burn down?
Blow up or burn down.
I said, so what's the newspaper say? She goes, that's not in the news. I said, it will be.
Yeah.
But that's fucked up. I mean, he's got to be at the youngest 45, at the oldest 60. Yeah, Todd, I'm probably not going to. But
Todd, I hope you picked up on my sarcasm.
My granddad was a rocket scientist. He was an electrical genius. I'm not, but maybe I've got some of it latent. Hey, buddy, I got my money back. I was just what I wish and what I'm going to do, because my other one got recalled. So I'm going to stage a picture. I'm going to take my cut cord and I'm going to try to do it where it looks like I cut the cord and write on it and see if I can get my rebate without destroying my, Mersalt, O-lights can cause meth fires. I'll show y'all a cool light. I did a video today that nobody watches because nobody watches flashlight videos.
Mersal, I got another, I do like O-bulbs. And I got an O-bulb from O-Light during the Black Friday sale. And one of the free gifts that I got is, so this has already been given away. This is going to Josh Branson. Look at this beanie that they sent. This thing, I think they're going to get a lot of shit about this. This beanie is humongous. Look at how big the beanie is.
Holy shit.
Like, I'm not joking. Like, it's comically humongous. I don't know who's going to wear this thing, man. I wear a size 8 hat, and this thing is like twice the size of my head. So
does it have a size in it, or do you think it's a one size fits all type thing?
No, it doesn't have anything on it. It doesn't even have a no. So I think it's so funny that's what they're giving away though, for free.
I remember
Josh Branson's head will fit it no problem.
Or Kyle Coonley, if he was in here, it would fit on his head. He might need to get.
Kyle's got a huge noggin, I hear.
But this little light's called a 4.7. It's a imported light from the people who make Prometheus lights.
Okay.
And what's different about it is it's fully programmable, so you can click it 10 times, and then you can put it in 6 different settings where you can have low, medium, high, burst. That's all these different features I don't use. But the coolest thing about it is they don't solder any of the boards. So it's a
Okay.
DIY light. So you can buy different lenses for it if you want it to be more spotlight than a flood. You can buy different bodies if you want to run different power cells. It's like $60.
Oh, it's an actual. That's an actual thing, Marcel. That's funny.
What did I miss from Mersal?
Oh, he was saying that the beanie is
Man,
like an actual thing. Okay. Well, that makes sense, but it's comically huge. Um, flashlights are one of the products that I will always, 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 if a flashlight company reaches out to me, I say yes, please.
I'll always
I'll
check
take
one out.
I'll take all the free flashlights.
Yeah, you have a power outage and you realize how handy they are.
Yeah, I literally got, I don't know, 20, 30 flashlights.
I bought
Not that
most of
those aren't
mine.
all ones that I've gotten for free by any means, but I
I've got
got
a lot of
so
really
many
good.
lights.
Unlike Mersal, I'm an Olight fan. I've got several Olights, and then where I became one of these little, what are these things called? Ions.
Oh yeah, the Dapper Ion has
I've
been
got
my
I've got
carry
this
for 3 years.
one, a big one, and then like a long big one. And then I
Um,
picked up a couple of Focus Works, but then I kind of got out of it. But you might have had this company.
uh, yeah. But a torch is one of my most used pieces of gear. I use a flashlight every single day, multiple times a day.
I always keep one in my pocket. This little guy's kind of weird. It's a flashlight that has this little skeleton that you can put on it. This is super light, the flashlight part of it, but it's got this little
Oh,
fidgety
that's cool.
skeleton. Yeah, and it locks down in there, and then it's got an exterior button. It must not be
Oh, right
charged.
on.
That's dead. Let me charge it.
I also got like Rovivon has sent me a bunch of different things.
Those are the ones that I really like that I bought it.
So I originally accepted a Rovivon thing like early on, and I'm like, oh, this is a decent light. And then they reached out a couple more times, and I just told people, like, it's a flashlight. If they're cool enough to send me something, I'll check it out. And most of them are, they're not great lights, but again, they're not horrible lights.
To me, I've had the plastic ones I've given away. I've had the aluminum ones I've given away, and then I've kept a lot of the titanium ones. Like these are Rovivons, right?
Yeah. The
What I love
A6.
What I love about them is the one button push on, push off. I rarely have to put my light on, double click it, and keep it on, but just to be able to pull it out of my pocket and shine it is pretty cool. And then
I got a couple of Olights. I got it early on. And then I realized, and I've heard this before, Olight's more just of a marketing company for a semi-decent flashlight. I don't know what your assessment of them actually is, Marcel, but I just realized, like, if you're going for that level of flashlight, there's other stuff out there.
absolutely.
They don't take it, and they don't take a crappy proprietary charger,
No.
So I don't think that there's much wrong with an Olight other than they got a great marketing team behind them, and there's other companies like Phoenix and Workos and all those other companies that are making the same light for a fraction of the price.
Do you ever go to CountyCom?
I'm aware of CountyCom.
I buy a lot of lights from them. I'll buy a lot of different stuff from them. But this is an LEP. Have you ever heard of them?
Yep.
With that laser projector. Look at this, how I can shoot this across. I live across the street from a cemetery, and it makes just about a volleyball sized circle on the trees across the street. That thing was
Javon,
bright as shit.
you live right by the Dead Children Park.
Oh yeah, dude. I used to, believe me, I've spent a lot of time in the Dead Children's Park.
Man, I don't know if last time I was down there, I stopped real quick and saw Vince. They took me over there, man, and that place was freaky at night.
Thanks, Mad Yucca. You know what? You were about 400 yards from my mom's house.
Oh, no shit.
You know where you turned left, where you might not know, where you turn left to go up into the Dead Children's Playground?
Yeah, you feel like
corner
you're going down like
Yeah.
a little one lane like road.
Correct. So if you go straight, my mom's on that block on the right,
okay.
right across the street from the church. Thanks, Mad. I appreciate you, brother. But yeah, when I was a kid, I say kid, when I was a teenager, that's where kids went and parked. We'd go up there, park with our girlfriends or whatever, make out. And we had
Naked.
cops come up there and hassle us, and it was just a nightmare. I never heard anything about it. And my mom grew up here. And, you know, the lore is back in the 60s or something, there was a child predator. My mom never heard anything about that. And I said, well, Mom, think about how the news traveled back then. Would it have
Right.
even made the news, or they try to cover it up? You know, she goes, I just think Huntsville was so small that we would have known. So, but anyway, there's creepy shit that happens in that cemetery. When I was a kid, there are mausoleums, like I'm pointing back behind me, but that cemetery, I forget how many acres it is, a huge cemetery.
It's
But
humongous.
there's an old
walked
area with all Civil War graves. And you saw the big mausoleums?
Oh yeah.
Well, so the-
I walked for a good hour and a half to that place, man.
Dude, I live right across the street from it on the
Yeah, I
back.
didn't find out until after I had left. They're like, Javon lives right. I was like, oh man, why didn't we? You know,
But-
I was on my way out, but yeah, that cemetery is old and crazy and so much cool stuff.
Dude, they do, and I've never done it, but they do a thing the week before Halloween. It's called a cemetery walk, and they set up people like old governors, people in the old part that are playing the roles of the dead person that's buried there, telling their story
Okay.
of what they were. And I mean, Huntsville's got some weird history, but there's this mausoleum that when you turn in the side gate that they used to keep open at night, all the kids, we would, when we were 16, we turn off our lights when we turned in there, and then you drive up to this mausoleum and you get about 50 feet in front of it, and then you'd hit your high beams, and it had two brass doors. I'm getting chills in my arm. Two brass doors with this like frosted glass behind it, and this fucking angel would be there. And then you'd come at the daytime and you'd look at it, and there's no way that there's no angel there. And this was back in the early 80s. And there were
Wow.
all kinds of shit that, I mean, we used to hang out in there because it was a place that, you know, you could kind of roam as a kid, because there's a part of the cemetery now that used to be 3 soccer fields right in the cemetery. So I don't know if you ever saw that movie a long time ago, Children Shouldn't Play with Dead Things. You'd kick your soccer ball and somebody had to go across a little ditch to the cemetery and pick it up, because those were all playgrounds. It's full of bodies now. Paul, you and me both. I wish I had all the money I spent on Vicodins, Narcos, Lord Tabs. I was
Oh, man, love to
in
get that
Mexico living large.
Well, hey, Javon, I am not a savage like you, and I am getting tired, brother.
You're yawning, buddy. I'm glad you came on, and I think your clip is awesome.
Oh, thank you. Yeah. Very cool. I completely forgot about that for a little while. But yeah, man, cool hanging with you. All you mofos in the chat.
You're welcome
Done
anytime,
blessed.
brother.
Awesome, man. Awesome. The Tuesday night ones are actually like the night that I always have free, and I love this one.
Yeah, usually I try to keep this one low key, where Fridays have kind of gotten out of hand, gotten out of my control. You know, I'm just kind of like I'm a bystander. And then I just answer DMs all Saturday morning. I'm like, I'm sorry.
Man, the chaos is fun though.
I've always
Chaos is
said
fun.
I only do it to have a place for people to hang, and
Yeah.
to me, the perfect example of good things coming from bad situations is 2 weeks ago on Pocket Metal's live. Donnie was in there, and Pocket Metal's like, "I'm never gonna buy your fucking knife." I mean, they were hating each other, and then Pocket Metal reached out to me and said, "Hey, man, Chibiat said I was kinda out of line. What did I s" he didn't really remember, right? So, I said, "Look, dude, Donnie's gonna be on Friday night. Jump on with us. Come on the live, you're always on with me anyway." He's like, "Alright." So he did. They get along great now.
Yeah. Cunts enjoy each other.
And to
They're
me,
both cunts. That's why.
and, you can have hateful debate, but as long as you don't just resort to name callings, which sometimes it does,
Oh,
just remember, if you resort to name calling, you've effectively lost your debate.
yep. This is true. But no, I love watching them interact. But much love, mother effers.
Hey,
And
buddy, have a great
I,
night. Have a great day tomorrow. Hope you have a good rest of
yep,
the year
I'll
and you
see
don't have to
y'all
work
around.
tonight.
Likewise, man.
All right,
Later.
brother. Peace. Donnie, we are. And the funny thing is, in most countries, that is a term of endearment. I asked my mom, we were hanging out last week or so, and I forgot how the conversation of the F word came up, but what a wonderful word it is and how it can be used in so many different applications to convey so many different feelings. But who decided what body decided what words are bad words? Why is duck with an F a word you can't say at school? Yeah, I mean, why is that a bad word? And edgy, if we were in Australia and I walked up to you and we were like bros like we are, I'd say, "What's up, you my cunt?" They greet each other that way. It's not considered a "Ooh," I've told y'all about that girl that I dated for like 4 years after my marriage. The reason I'm still single and probably will be till I die. Um, that was a word if you said, I mean, that was she'd go off the deep end. She hated that fucking word. And I just don't understand what gives a word power unless somebody reacts to it negatively. The government really, Demonoc, did they come up with stuff like that? That's funny. But yeah, I don't know who comes up and says this word is now a bad word. And when did that happen? I mean, was it something that happened in the 60s? Was it under this administration, that administration? Was it just parents getting together? Because my mom couldn't remember. She's like, I don't know. That's a good question. I mean, I understand cuss words where you're using someone's Lord in vain. That's, kind of understandable. Yeah, demon, you can. In Alabama, I don't know if it's Alabama, but you might be able to get arrested for spitting on a sidewalk. Was it the 50s Demonoc? I need to research it. I need to Google it. Mad Yaka, you still could probably get killed for cussing at a cop, depending on the cop. I'll tell you what's crazy. I don't know if y'all are familiar with this, but a lot of these people that stream, the big streamers like the kick streamers, the thing is, and it's crazy dangerous, but when their chats find out where they are, they fucking SWAT them. So they'll call the cops and say there's some violent crime going on there, and the SWAT team shows up while they're on stream. That's some crazy shit. Derek, it should be a harmless word. I think if I just language to me is so organic. It evolves constantly, right? I mean, you can go look at the new Urban Dictionary and there are words added to it every year. But just what makes a 4-letter word, all of a sudden grounds to get suspended from school. Yeah, and I think a lot of that, Matt, is they kind of knew each other in their communities, right? So your granddad probably grew up around some of the people that were cops and they could rib each other and they were probably a lot more honest. Because that's when you talk about, when I look at grandparent ages, I think that was probably one of the greatest generations in my history that I'm familiar with. Um, and I can see how they would be more honorable. That's true, Demonoc, and it's absolutely a fact that people that resort to cussing, comedians, it's been studied from what I've read, that it's because they don't have anything actually funny to say, and they resort to a cuss word kind of as a pause. But yeah, a lot of people get very, very offended by language, you know? And I never want to offend anybody, but I don't want to censor anybody as long as it's not, you know, shit that's going to fuck up my channel. I'm not that worried about it. I agree. And that's like the reactions. If you get a reaction, you know that you've yeah, edgy. And I'm not anti-cops at all, but they are just people. And they're people that are put in stressful situations every freaking day. So my hat's off to them. I just wouldn't want to be swatted. I think that would be scary as shit to be on a live stream and have helicopters over your house. There are all kinds of videos of it. And people come out not knowing what's going on and they can get shot. Bless, I agree. I used to love, one of my favorite bits was George Carlin's 7 words you couldn't say on TV. He's probably before most of y'all's time. And Richard Pryor was funny. I mean, I like spicy language, I guess. True, true, Demonoc. I don't think I was debating that necessarily. I think I was just talking about the language in general. Yeah, NWA, and who was the first one? Two Live Crew, right? Wasn't it Two Live Crew that got busted for language? Sam Kinison was an absolute madman, Richard. I thought he was great. I did not realize until hearing a couple of podcasts with Pauly Shore on it how crazy he really was. Oh, Demonoc, that is awesome. I can remember his special. It wasn't a special. I guess it was like a comedy album that also had a VHS. So much good comedy to me is storytelling. One of my favorites now is like Dave Chappelle. But there are other comics that get all their laughs off working the crowd, which takes talent too. But I prefer the ones that kind of develop a story. Yeah, Two Live Crew. And I remember that was like a standoff, if I remember correctly, that they were threatening them, and they went to some concert anyway and got busted. Hickory dickory dock. Dice Man, and see what's so different is back in the old days, think about this. And this is probably before y'all's time. But there were sitcoms on TV that you could never get made today. Think back on Sanford and Sons, All in the Family, The Jeffersons, which were all we would sit around as a family and watch them. And I don't think it was because we were racist. I think it was because they were funny shows. But they dealt with uncomfortable subjects. And you couldn't get any of that on TV now. The Bunkers, if y'all have not seen All in the Family, go back and watch some. Yeah. All in the Family or The Jeffersons, you could never pull off a show like that. Little boy blue because he needed the money. Richard, you and I are the same age, brother. I was born in the summer of love. I think I'm 57, 57 or 58. I was born in 67. But yeah, we used to watch all that stuff. And it was good TV. It was very funny. Rob Reiner, I think, was a producer of it, of All in the Family. I agree. But don't you feel like it was less contentious then than it is now? It's almost like now. Oh, Crispy, you were hatched in 67 too? You are 2 months, maybe 3 months older than me, young man. We are the same age. That's right. Rob Reiner was the actor on the show. He became a producer. Rob Reiner, and then you had Gloria. Wasn't that her name? Not her actress name. We are old, bless, but age is just a number. I urge you, young people, do not give in to Father Time. It's going to get you. I mean, there's no escaping that, but you don't have to give into it. You can keep yourself mentally young and just go till you can't go anymore. Ted Harrison, what's going on, brother? What is up? IG, I'll check it in a second, dude. I've got my camera plugged up down here. I've got a bunch of fixies on the table. Some interesting fixies. That's kind of a hint. Part of that's a hint of what my video is tomorrow. But I'll tell you guys, I'm really liking this knife. I bought a Work Sharp against Kyle Coonley's. Yeah, Lenny Kravitz's mom was on the Jeffersons. And Lenny Kravitz's dad's white, right? But this little River Hawk is a very gradual hawkbill, and I just sharpen it with my Work Sharp ceramic sharpener. I just keep it honed. I think I could sharpen it with regular stones, but it is a slicey little knife. It's really handy for cutting open cat food, the stupid shit I do with knives. What's up, Brant? Good to see you, brother. Ed, I hope you're feeling better, man. Yeah, her name was Louise, right? George and Louise Jefferson. And then you had Edith and Archie Bunker. And Good Times. That was another show I used to watch. Do y'all remember Good Times? With JJ Walker Dynamite. I forget the premise of that show. But Good Times was a good one. And then we watched just all kinds of crazy shit. I mean, they used to be, and I think that makes a society stronger, right? If you can laugh at things, you can heal things. Derek. Yeah, dude. I'm just blessed that I'm still alive. And I'm thankful for that every day. I'm glad to be, for my sake, not still insane crazy. And I'm glad to be alive. Glad I can still walk. Glad I don't have traumatic brain injuries from all the time I've fallen on my head. Blazing Saddles was great. I liked a lot of the Monty Pythons too. And then I can remember in high school when Richard Pryor came out with Delirious, was it? I thought that was something like I'd never seen. And maybe it wasn't Delirious. Maybe it was his first one. I know he did 2 stand-ups. Where the white women at? So just curious, how many of you guys like work morning jobs? I say that or ask that because I used to work. I'd go to work every morning at like 7:30, but I'd still stay up pretty late. Now that I'm not working currently, my days and nights have flipped. I can't hardly get anything done in the day, and at night from 11 o'clock till 4 in the morning is when I do all my shit. Derek, that's true for a point, but I'm telling you, I'm starting to feel it, and I'm just hoping I don't wanna ever have to go in and get my knees done or my hips done. I don't want any shit like that. I'd rather just crash out, you know, get taken out by a car or something. Second shift, Knife Nut? When's that start? About 2 p.m., or is that, like, more of an 11? I'm ignorant because 'cause I've always been a morning guy. Oh, Fed, the man, the myth, the legend. Bless, that's the only way, after I take care of my dad, and he could live 10 more years, but I just look at the quality of life, even though he seems to be content, I just don't wanna ever be, and I don't say he's a burden, but I don't want my daughter to ever have to care for me, right? I'd rather go out with a bang, not a whimper, I don't wanna do anything stupid, but at the same time, I think when your cards are up, your cards are up, and I just hope that something takes me out like we all do, without me having to linger. I'm not much for lingering. I don't think I could linger with ADHD. I think it would drive me freaking crazy. Absolutely, Bless. I mean, that would only be fitting, right? For it to be like smoking, sliding sideways. Y'all are funny. But yeah, I'm charging up my little light, and I'll show it to you guys. It's totally dead now. But it's weird because without this little skeleton thing, and I think it's like 30 bucks, but without this little skeleton thing, you can put it on your hat. It's got a little clip because it's super light. Yeah, Drink Water. I couldn't remember what happened to him. I remember, he had all those movies. I thought, because I think I might have been in college or off in Colorado when that happened. I thought maybe he just kind of got comfortable, because I can understand if you get to a point, what's the point in continue to work yourself to death to get more and more and more? Um, I know a lot of people do that, and that's probably crazy for me to say, why wouldn't you? But I personally wouldn't. I don't have a desire to work until I die. Um, Drink water. The other thing that was weird that happened when I was young, because I've still got the biggest crush on her, is when Elizabeth Hurley was dating that dude, Hugh Grant, and he got caught in the alley with that just skanky looking prostitute blowing him. And that broke up their relationship. He had charges thrown against him. And I just wondered how much of that was a setup. And how do you get yourself in that situation when you're Hugh Grant? And I realize, you show me the most beautiful woman, I'll show you a man who's tired of sleeping with her. I get that. But have a little how do you go from a 10 to a 2? No, Derek, she was not. That was Elizabeth Hurley. I'll show you her picture, but the chick in Weird Science was she was married to Steven Seagal, and he was kind of abusive to her. Weird Science. Her name was, and she was gorgeous. Now Elizabeth Hurley looks kind of like her. What's her name? Uh, Anthony Michael Hall, blah blah. Kelly LeBrock. That was Kelly LeBrock on Weird Science. Elizabeth Hurley is British. I'm trying to think of a movie she was on. I know she's on my Instagram feed, but she's like 65 now. And she is absolutely stunning. Let me go to, that's not doing it justice. Let's go to Instagram. Let's go to my knife page. Whoops. Home. Let's go, Elizabeth. See, she comes up because I follow her. Have you seen 65? Look, whoop, I'm not. Let me stop sharing. Let me share again. And tell me if you've seen 65 look this good. And maybe it's all relative. Maybe it's because I'm old. But I think she is just a beautiful, beautiful woman. And guys, she's old, old. She's got to be in her 60s, maybe late 50s, but I'm pretty sure she's in her 60s. And she's just, yeah, I won't obsess over her anymore. But yep, Elizabeth Hurley was it. She is Roman. She is absolutely gorgeous. 59. So she's 2 years older than me. Yeah, she's her voice. I love her accent, her eyes. I mean, everything about her is just natural. I say it's natural. She always struck me as natty when she was younger. I remember there was an MTV Music Award she was a presenter on, and she stopped the show because she was wearing a dress with no bra. If I can find it, Elizabeth Hurley Award dress. Which one was it? Oh yeah, right here, braless. This is it. Okay, y'all check this out. This is from 19. I'm not going to do the sound. It was from 14 years ago, 1995. Watch this. We can listen to her voice for a second.
Funeral, and Samuel Jackson, Pulp Fiction.
Check out her dress when he comes up and hugs her. He was probably in 85. I was 17. She would have been 19. Just a little dumpling. I'm sorry. But she's a winner. I just zoned out on that. Sorry, guys. I apologize. But there's got to be something amiss. Edgy. I didn't think you were playing the field, you goofball. Derek, bless his no fed. That's the opposite. I'm going to have one more Jet Life THC soda. Oh yeah, Paul, and that's think how much power that is, because I'm convinced that John Travolta plays for the other team. Not that there's anything wrong with that, but he was even like, wow. Yeah, Angelina Jolie is still kind of smoking hot, even though we all, I think, know she's destructive. You know, I think maybe Brad Pitt was a prick, but I think she's kind of going after him. But I think all women get like that. I could be wrong. Maybe some don't. Most of them seem kind of get a vindictive streak in them, kind of a nasty streak in them. Kind of, I'm gonna make you pay, boy, streak in them. I've been through it. I finally just cut off communication. I felt like that was the healthiest for me. Shout at the Devil was one of my first favorite, what I considered at the time, metal songs. I didn't get into them in their later years, but I was always kind of in the lore of Tommy Lee and their party lifestyle. And Nikki Sixx, his book was good. I don't know if you read that. The Heroin Diaries. I was always a big Zeppelin fan. Still am. I still think Zeppelin's just heavy and strong. And if you look at the old shit, like from '69, when it was right after the New Yardbirds, there's this Dutch TV show where it's just the four of them and maybe 40 people sitting on the floor. It's black and white footage. It is sick. It is four guys standing as close as in this frame here, and they're just killing it. I was a big Zeppelin fan. Van Halen and all that stuff I'll listen to, but in hindsight, I think of it kind of as cheesy. Really dug Black Sabbath, Brian James Dio, Rush. And then in the Kevin Smith and Ives, what's going on, brother? Where'd you go? Thank you, dude. I appreciate that. Paul, my favorite Led Zeppelin song is a weird one, and it is Gallows Pole. We play a lot of Led Zeppelin songs. Ramble On's one of my favorites. Some of the heavier ones, When the Levee Breaks. I love Kashmir. I love 10 Years Gone, which is kind of a B-side, or it's one off Physical Graffiti. I'm just a big Jimmy Page fan. And a big Robert Plant fan. I don't know if y'all followed Robert Plant's career, but he's still performing with Alison Krauss. Have y'all seen any of that stuff? Let me show you something real quick. Robert Plant, Alison Krauss. Let's find a Zeppelin tune. All right, here we go. Let me stop my music. Whoops. Y'all check this out. This is what Robert Plant's doing now. He's older than shit, but he's still kicking it like a just rock star. But let me present you with this. Here. Go here. And YouTube will tell me to trim this out, and I will. But we can look at it now.
Hey, ladies and gentlemen, would you give a warm welcome to these most spectacular musicians here tonight for your state of Virginia? Please give a warm welcome to the spectacular Stuart Duncan over the Misty Mountains to get.
Quick.
Please say hello over here to Robert Plant.
Here's Sir Robert. This is last year. So, listen to his voice still.
I hear the horses thunder down in the
Anyway, Robert Plant can still sing his ass off. Let's go Led, because there were some better ones on here. Let's go Led Zeppelin cover. Let's see what we got here. Black Dog, When the Levee Breaks. This is a good one here. The way they arrange it. Can y'all still see that? Hear that? Hold on, let me get back to it where I can make it.
If it keeps on raining, levees go away. If it keeps on raining.
So I'm not going to bore y'all with that, but I urge you guys to go seek out Robert Plant and Allison Krauss. They are currently touring. Robert Plant is probably in his 80s, and he's just killing it. But yeah, I was big into Zeppelin. I'm going back up reading. I missed a lot of this. I've got to get a second monitor, but I've got to get a small one that this freaking laptop will power without it flickering. I just need something like a little bit bigger than my iPad that I can run chat in. Stan, what's up, brother? Welcome to Insomniacs Sit and Spin. I need to change the background to something a little bit more spinning. Do this. If that makes y'all nauseous, let me know. Do y'all remember the first concert y'all saw? By yourselves, I guess I should say. New metal was my favorite, but it was this best part. That's the whole thing about music. Buddy, it's not that Snow Trog. I use my mom's just to test it, and I think my HDMI out is not powerful enough. So what I'm gonna do is just pick up one of those little collapsible laptop monitors because it'll fit on my desk. Because all I need it for literally is to share screens. Like I'd like to have another screen to when I go to share screens, I'm still in the chat. I'm not just sweet. ZZ Top. I can't remember the year. Yeah, I was still in middle school, maybe 7th grade. So that would have been 79. I went and saw I went and saw with my buddy. My mom took me to see Willie Nelson in the 70s. I saw him twice. I love Willie Nelson to this day. But and I don't like country music. Derek, you can handle it because if you abuse it, we take it away. I just want everybody to be able to share links to their socials to, just use it. It also keeps people from putting you in timeout. But yeah, just be responsible. I'll try to wrench up everybody once they've been here a few times and I know them. Because I think if you've got an Instagram or if you've got a YouTube or if your friend does or if you want to share something, share it. I don't got space for that, brother. I need to go small. I like to keep my shit portable. So if I needed to, well, it'd be a pain in the ass, but my knives would be a pain in the ass to pack up, but I could pack up what I stream with and I would be gone. Derek, all you can do is like now before, if you were like, let's say you were going to put a link in the website or in the chat to a Instagram page or to a knife that you wanted people to see, it wouldn't take any links. When you're a moderator, you can. And you can go click on the 3 dots next to like Todd Carr, and you can see that you can't put him in timeout, because he's also a moderator. Dan is vulnerable, but I'm keeping an out on Dan because I get notified if anybody gets put in timeout, and I can jailbreak them and then take the wrenches. And I'll warn you guys, what happens is about every 90 days, maybe a little longer, maybe it's every 6 months, but I'll go into a live stream and everybody's wrenches will be gone. And no panic. We just have to re-wrench up. It's just YouTube does that. I don't know why. But they do. They've done it to me once. USB monitor with a case and stand. See, I think, and I've been looking at them, tell me if I'm wrong. I don't have any available USB-C ports on my computer. I've pretty much, and I've got a hub running some of my USB stuff that's not that important, but like my mic, which is connected to my little Rodecaster, uses one USB-C. And that's the only one I've got. When I plugged it into a really nice hub, it didn't do right. But I've got an HDMI out because a lot of those monitors will hook up with just a USB-C. So I want to get one that I can hook up with a mini from the monitor, a powered little monitor that has HDMI. But I went and saw Charlie Daniels' Full Moon Tour. I don't know why. He was just at the Von Braun Civic Center. And after that, we saw a bunch of rock bands through high school, bands like Styx, Van Halen, Diver Down Tour, Rush, just a bunch of weird bands. Those were all before I was driving. Kansas, Billy Squire. Derek, they were real big around here. I was raised, my mom and dad listened to Willie Nelson, Waylon Jennings, Chris Christopherson, the Outlaws. But that was about the extent of it. When I got a little older, the country music wasn't really my thing. Now, I still like Whiskey River, Take My Mind, the old Willie Nelson stuff, old Waylon Jennings stuff, Chris Christopherson stuff, but I didn't really gravitate towards Alabama or any of the more popular country artists. Bocephus I did. I liked Hank Williams Jr., Country Boy Will Survive, and a lot of those tunes, but more of the commercial tunes. Richard, that is an awesome concert to go to. I saw their Presto tour, and it was a little uninspiring, but I bet the moving pictures was killing. Hey, Jesse, what's going on, buddy? Good evening to you, my friend. Kevin, the one time I saw Styx was the Mr. Roboto tour. And I was a big Styx fan back through Equinox. When I was a kid, I listened to all the old Styx albums. My best friend's older brother was a big fan. Mr. Roboto was a little weird, and the Mr. Roboto tour was real weird. I can listen to it. And one thing I used to hate, like when I said there are two types of music I cannot tolerate, rap and country music. Well, Dr. Dre's The Chronic changed me on rap. And then, I kind of grew from that, went back and discovered NWA. And then when Eminem came around, didn't know what to think of him at first, but then I really became a huge fan of Eminem. And then 50 Cent from Eminem, The Game. So I can actually say I like rap. Nas, Biggie, Tupac. I listen to all that shit. I paste it on all my shorts. It drives people crazy. Not shorts. Yeah, my stories. And a lot of my posts. And it's usually very vulgar. I always try to find the explicit version. I want to hear some F-bombs and some bitches and hoes. Richard, I think Neil was the greatest that ever sat behind that kit. And I know there are people that dispute that, Buddy Rich and others, but Neil was amazing. Just amazing. I mean, the video from the 40th anniversary show, that Tom Sawyer. I know y'all saw that. I'll just put a link in here. I'm not going to play it. It starts with the South Park thing. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? This one right here. I can play the beginning of it because this is how in that 40th anniversary tour that they finished right before he passed, this is how it started. At a big screen. That's 3 dudes. I'll share this with you guys, but that is a killer version of Rush on their last tour in Holland, doing Tom Sawyer, one of my favorites. I like their older stuff too. I was a huge Rush fan. Go check that out. Go make them part of your life. And you know what I didn't know till recently Richard, was that Neil was their lyricist. Neil wrote every lyric to every song on every album. He was their lead writer. There's a great documentary on him. Yeah, that's kind of like the Eagles. Don't the Eagles just have Don Henley? And then you had Jane's Addiction, a band I loved, in their original format, go out and not even be able to hold it together. That just sucks. Cartman rules in a big way. Bless, have a good night, buddy. Have a great morning, have a great day, and keep grinding, my friend. I'm not familiar with him, but I'm going to look him up. Hold on one second. Because I think, I don't know if I'll be able to find him because I can never spell his name. What's it called? All right. I'm going to have to, y'all talk amongst yourselves for 2 seconds. Talk amongst yourselves for 2 seconds. Let me go to my homepage because it'll be on there. Home, go down to shorts. This guy, where is he? Where is he? Oh, man. All right. I'm going to look up this guy. Eloy Casagrande. All right. I've got his page saved. Let me find something real quick. Maybe I'll just have to scroll down. Amelia. Where is he? Bear with me, guys. I know it's late, but we're in overtime anyway, so trust me, we're going to check out a couple of, maybe not a couple if I can't find this dude in the next 2 seconds. Because this guy that I'm talking about, he's got a logo, and I forget what it's called, and his name is something like Emilio Esperada or something like that. Does that name sound familiar to any of y'all? He's Spanish. Let me show you guys what Jeffrey's talking about. Maybe we won't get copyright struck here. That is very, very fast and very sick, very triggery. I've got to find Barada, is that or name? God damn it. If that gets me close enough, I doubt it will. Yes, this is him right here. Okay, this is, in my opinion, the best drummer. Let's find a song. Let's see. Let's go to videos. And let's go to, I think Tom Sawyer's in here. Summer Rush is in here. Let me find something that. Drum intros that made history. Let's watch this.
Known for pursuing your passions. No.
So check this out. Yeah. Whoops. And if I was y'all, I follow this guy on Instagram because he puts up tons of little shorts. Y'all ever seen him? Hold on, let me find something more impressive. Slipknot has a new drummer. 4-pedal drumming. And you guys, blah, blah, blah. Oh, here you go. This is a good one. But the dude on his shorts does these tricks that are insane, where he'll play with one hand. Watch this shit. What?
I remember how right before he passed away, my abuelito told me, "Los hombres del rato tocan el."
Some groups.
I'm trying to find a one-hander one where he drinks coffee.
Some groups are hard.
Hold on. That dude's got swagger. He is let me go back here and find his page, and I'll share it with you guys. But he's got, I forget how many he's got on Instagram, but he's got 4.36 million followers on YouTube. And he plays like triple basses. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. There are a lot of, and you know what's cool about drummers, a lot of people hate the Dave Matthews Band, and I get it. But Carter Buford, their drummer, is wicked good. I don't know if y'all have ever been familiar with Carter Buford or been exposed to him. Carter Buford, drum solo. Carter Buford. Just look at right here. Still the singer, Steve.
Can't see the light. So much to say, so much to say, so much to say, so much to say.
He's a counting motherfucker. Yeah, but there's some great ones out there. There's some great modern drummers. There's some great classical drummers. Todd, we did talk about the Crucible Steel thing, and what we found out going to read a couple of articles. Let me pull it back up. They've got till March 2025 to find a buyer, which will probably happen. I could not get an accurate valuation, but they went into bankruptcy again in 2009 and were bought out by a investment firm. But basically, it's just looks bleak, and they don't say why. It just says they're facing serious financial difficulties. They're going to go into a Chapter 11, but then they have this thing that says this letter, which could allow the company. However, Crucible says if it cannot find a buyer, the massive steel plant next to New York State Fairgrounds will close March 2025. And then all the filings in here. So a lot of people, there's several videos that I saw today on the Crucible situation. Oh, heck yes, Derek. That is awesome. I love when he does that. Warehouse is still probably my favorite. But yeah, Paul, he is the best, I think. But I think somebody's going to buy it. I don't think they're going to let it just go to waste. Yeah, I mean, 2009 they went through this whole thing, and you could have a good product, you can have plenty of demand, and you could just not run the business right and get yourself in a situation, especially when you've been bailed out and you've got high interest loans. It's just, I hope they can pull it out. I would think, and y'all tell me if I'm wrong, but I would think they make steel for a lot of industries, much more than just the knife industry. I would think. Don't know that to be the fact, but I would think. So has everybody got a busy day tomorrow? Yeah, that's what I would think, Snowtrog, that knives would be a tiny part of their business, because it listed something in that article where it talked about, but it didn't get industry specific. And you can't find anything on their current valuation. But they've been around for over 100 years, guys. Yeah, and they went through the exact same thing in 2009. The company was going to go under. There were similarities. They stopped fixing equipment. Money started drying up. And that's when they went from 1,500 employees down to 144, putting out almost the same amount of steel as they did in 2009. So what does that mean? Does that mean they were running a bloated company, or they had too many managers, or what? I just don't know. So it's just the one plant in New York, right, Jeffrey? Hi, did you see Larry Thomas's video about AI improving MagnaCut? How he was fooling with it? I don't know if it was tongue in cheek or not. Did you post the article, buddy? I'll pull it up. I don't see it. Gotcha. YouTube. It won't let me click in StreamYard for some stupid reason. All right. Hush, hush, hush. Let's click on this. And let's open it. Share it. Still manufactured. Interesting. So I think some of the videos were talking about worst case scenario. I guess some of these would go away and we'd be dealing with, I just don't think anybody's going to let it go away. I think somebody's going to see value in it. You know what I didn't know? And this is just squirrel brain tangential information. I did not know that Damasteel, the company, made RWL 34. Did y'all know that? Ed, good night, buddy. I hope you feel better, brother. Have a good night and a great morning. Yeah, from what I've heard, Stotrog, and I forget, I heard it from someone. Maybe it was my buddy A to Z E to C that we import a lot of steel, a lot more than we produce. I don't know if that's true or not because I don't keep up with that stuff, but that it's cheaper for us to import it than it is to do a lot of stuff with it here, which I don't. Like I say, just repeating something I had heard for the crowd to tell me what they have heard. Yay, nay, maybe. But guys, I doubt I'll be able to go super, super late tonight just because I'm kind of tired. But what do y'all think about late night streams? Streams that go on for hours. I mean, I don't know how many people I'm keeping from going to bed. Not that I could keep anybody from going to bed, but how many of y'all are like me and night people? 8 million. Paul, somewhere, and I think it was in a YouTube chat. I think Roll Shambo, I don't know where he got this information or if he just blew it out his ass, but he said the valuation now was like 19 million. And you're right. In 2009, it sold, it was undervalued and it was in bankruptcy and it sold for $8 million. And like somebody said earlier, we know the demand's there. You would think if the companies just run more efficiently. But Syracuse News. Yeah, that's the article Brant was sharing last night. Crucible warns it could close in months, eliminating 158 jobs. But I think that's all of Crucible, right? It's not the first time the company, then named Crucible Materials Corp, filed Chapter 11 in May 2009, citing a drop in sales to the automotive sector, a major customer. At the same time, it employed 675, down from a high of 1,400 in the mid-1980s. JP Industries, a privately held Cleveland company, purchased them for $8 million. I wonder what their valuation is. I Googled what their current valuation was, and I could not find it. But the good news is Spyderco probably has enough S30V to keep us going for a couple years at least. That's awesome, Richard. Thank you, dude. You know, I when I first got into this collecting thing, which was about the beginning of lockdown, maybe 3 years ago, I would not even look at fixed blades. I was a folder guy only locking knives. And then I got introduced to the Jacob Creates Chickadee, a little small fixie, and from there, I'm more into fixed blades now than I am into folders. Um, I still love folders, don't get me wrong. I still carry a folder every day, but I carry a fixie every day too. And I use the fixie 80% of the time because I'm cutting packages, cat food, paracord every now and then, nothing major. But yeah, it's I'm glad, man. I'm glad you like it. I never ever sell things. I just give my opinion on what I like and what I don't like, and my likes and dislikes are weird. You know, everything is subjective. Good example. This knife I traded with Carco for. This knife is so ugly. I just love it. There's a guy who used to make knives called Servant Knives, and he's not making them currently. Whoops. Whoops. I didn't mean to do that. I meant to do this. So this is a knife called the Servant Mech Fighter. It is not anything that I would normally jam towards, right? It's got this little pinky thing. It's got a nuck built into it. It's got all these really intense jimping, but it's handmade. 3V, acid etched. It could go through a car door, and it is super slicey. So not anything I would have even considered a year ago, even because I was just buying real tiny fixed blade knives. Now I kind of like a 6 to 7 inch is kind of my thing. I don't carry like my TRM Redline Fixie, which I love, and I've been talking to them about doing an EDC version. This is too big for me to carry on the daily. It's a great camp or hiking knife or a truck knife or a pack knife. But for me, I like a little blade like this T. Denny Apprentice because it's great for opening packages. It's great for opening cat food. It's super light. Or just mini little knives. I used to go through a lot of Tucson. Tucson makes a lot of very inexpensive, small EDC fixed blades. And that's how I decided that I would actually carry one. Canary neck knife is great. And putting scout straps on it. Another, what I've really gotten into, because I have a lot of knives that I carry scout. They're the smaller knives, and I carry them right to the right of my belt buckle on my appendix. But I've got almost everything EDC wise now set up with either an ulti clip or a deep concealment carry clip. I like these better. And I just drop them in my pocket, usually my back right pocket, lock it in, and that's how I carry it. I don't feel it when I'm sitting on it, and I've got a bony ass. I don't feel it. Or a lot of these knives, there's no reason this couldn't be a primary carry. So if I just wanted to carry a fixed blade, I drop this in my right pocket instead of my back pocket. You know, and I can cut things that I cut. I'm not going to say I could survive in Alaska, any circumstances, but definitely not with one of these little knives. But for urban EDC, it's doable. And then I swore I had no interest in slip joints, And then I bought my first slip joint and went through a little stage there where I just loved slip joints. The Mini Harpoon is a great little fixed blade. Very good little fixed blade. I'll show you another one that I actually 3 years ago helped them with the sheath, but this is the Vosteed Mink. This knife, 7 inches long. It's Nitro V. Micarta handle, very thin, very slicey. It's got jimping for your thumb, and it's also got jimping for your finger up here. Again, Nitro V and Micarta, $62. They've got a sheep's foot for some reason that's $72. Don't ask me. But and some of the greatest knives, I say greatest, they're not the greatest knives, but they're good knives, like this one. Whoops. That's tragedy narrowly averted. So this knife right here came with a big clip on it. I put an ulti clip on it. But this is a knife I picked up late one night on Amazon. It's 14C. It's about a 7-inch Wharncliffe. The only thing I don't like is this corner right here. I feel it in my hand. I feel it right here. But it's a very slicey Wharncliffe in 14C. It's a mossy oak. Yeah, it's not the greatest brand. Is it really 14C? I'm not sure. I did take the scales off it. It is full tang, the heavier knife. But this thing was, I bought it Black Friday for $19.99. It sells for $25 and it cuts. So you don't have to spin an arm and a leg to see if you like carrying an EDC fixed blade. Have a good night, drink water. Any of y'all that are slipping out. But yeah, Kaiser's really jumped into a lot of fixed blades. I'll tell you who is going out of business. It was sad to me. Give me just a second, I'll show you. But it is Arcform. So Arcform is closing down, and they're having a sale on their site, and Blade HQ's having a sale. I think it's a little bit more, a few dollars. But what I was going to show y'all is I did not know Arcform made a fixed blade. And I want y'all to look at the prices on these because I own a Slimfoot and a Theory. So that's the Theory. I paid about $320 for mine. It's now $204. Their little pry bars are $32. But this is the fixed blade here. They're $69. They were $120. And what's interesting about these guys is they're titanium. They're 6 inches long. They've got a little Kydex sheath. But this blade here is S35. And you'll notice it attaches right there. It puzzles in and it screws in. So what that means is, I'm going to share again in 1 second. Let me get back here. Let me go back to sharing. What that means is you can buy, especially right now while they're on sale, you can get a knife with 4 blades. So as you go down here and look at all these that are on sale, they've got a ton of them. And they're over 50% off. This is the one I've got. I paid $345 for that knife about 3 years ago. $192.50 now. So I'm not going to be selling mine anytime soon. But right here, so they sell replacement blades. So you can buy an S35V in drop point. You can buy a Wharncliffe in black or raw. You can buy a Tonto. So then you could buy for $63 a drop point, spend another $50, have a couple of different blades, and then you'd have a knife with a Tonto, a Wharncliffe, and a drop point. If I had cash right now, I'd like to have one of those. I think they're cool little knives. But Arcform's another one, going out of business. And I wouldn't think anybody like Arcform, because my understanding was they were kind of a designer that had people make their knives, right? I don't know. Maybe they were an OEM because their letter said they were going to focus on other people's knives or something. But I found them really good. And I don't know how a company, if you were a designer having your knives made by a company in China, why just closing the doors? Arcform was a tough thumbs deal, right? Patina, I don't know. Let me Google it because that's a good question. It was the Arcform Slimfoot was one of the first expensive knives to me I bought. Arcform. Because their website has a letter on it. Let's see. All right, so if we go to their website, the sunset sale. Whoops. Go. There it is. Learn more. Dear Arcform friends and fans, first off, thank you for your support through the years. We made a hard decision to sunset the Arcform brand. I don't know what other brands they have. Over the past couple of years, Arcform has not received as much of our time or love as it deserved. Unfortunately, as much as our small team has tried, we can't seem to get the balance right. Head of product, and then it shows all these on sale, for about the same price that Blade HQ has them for. But there's that little fixed blade. And then you can buy the different blades for it. I think it's pretty cool because it's got that scalloped handle like their pry bars do to keep the weight down. I just thought they were kind of a cool company. They were kind of under the radar. I'd see them at Blade Show. I'd see a knife like this one that is a great knife. This knife is so thin. It's such a good slicer. It's kind of futuristic looking. But my first Arcform, one I was considering selling because it was holding its value until they all went to sale, is this Arcform Slimfoot manual. They also have an automatic that's made by ProTech, but this is the Riot made manual. And it's a cool knife. Back in the day, this is the kind of stuff I liked. It's amazing how not only did I change from just folders to fixed blades and to slip joints, but I used to be a flipper only guy. I could not middle finger flick a knife. If it didn't have a flipper tab, I did not want it. And for a while, I boycotted flipper tabs where I didn't want anything to do with it if it had a flipper tab until I got this Mr. Designs Cypher and this low profile flipper. And once I got this knife, I started to re-engage with some flipper knives, flipper only knives. I prefer to middle finger flick it, but I also like a real low blade profile and a gentleman's folder. And this little flipper tab, which is very, very small, you just simply have jimping on it, push down on it, and it fires like nobody's business. So my knife, and I don't even know where I am in my hobby now. I'm kind of in the trading a little bit game because I'm not buying stuff. Flytanium might own them, Patina. That's a great. Did you just say who owns Arcform? That would make sense now that Flytanium's making knives. Knives. Parent. Do a long tail search. Flytanium. You are right, Patina Turner. So that letter was written by a Flytanium person. They're basically saying we're focusing more on our Flytanium knives. We had a little small team probably because if you look at the 3 knives that I'm aware of, and they've got more, the Flytanium Arcade is great. The Flytanium Arcade, I call it the Demco 20.6 because I talked to Andrew in Nashville. Because when I first got my arcade, I couldn't help but notice that with the exception of the thumb studs instead of the blade hole, it looks exactly like a 20.5. The locks side by side are identical. And I asked Andrew, I said, hey, man, are they made together? He was like, yeah. He said, since it was the first time we licensed the Shark Lock, we wanted our company in Taiwan to control the manufacturing of it. So I got one of the green aluminums. I've got some titanium inserts and some other inserts, but I like it better than all my 20.5s. I think my favorite Demco is a little Shark Cub in 20CV, my slicer. But the arcade, I mean, and I can see because if you look at Arcform's knives, this was one knife. This was their first knife. And then they had that saber with the hole in the blade. So they really didn't have a design identity. What I mean by that is we wouldn't walk down the street like you would with a Pena or a Chavez or even a Leon Ma or a Demco or a Hinder or a Medford and say, oh, that's a Arcform knife. Because they didn't really have that identity, any brand identity, really. It is, Mad Yako. It is made in the same factory as the Demco, side by side. And that's coming from the mouth of Andrew Demko last year in Nashville. He was telling me that. Night, Todd Carr. There are a lot of people announcing knives, you know, and that's another thing. I'm going to do a member's speech or a member's. I'm trying to do special content like a knife thoughts in addition to the lives that I do on Saturday for members. But I wish when I started collecting that I didn't go after everything that came out. I wish I didn't have the fear of missing out because I'd watch all the channels. There'd be a pre-order coming out and I'd be like, oh, I got to get that knife. I've got to get that knife. I'd sizzle it. You know, I never went under from that, but I was buying a lot of stuff that 2 weeks later, I was waiting for 3 more knives. You know, I never really got to enjoy the knives. One of the good things about losing my job and going back through my collection and coming up with content ideas and stuff like that and carrying knives is I realized I've got more than enough knives that are perfect knives, premium knives, and budget knives that I don't have as many budget knives anymore, but that I could sell 80% of my collection and still be great. But there were so many knives that I wasn't even really that conscious that I had because I'd gotten them, I'd reviewed them, I'd carried them for a day or two, and I had another knife coming in. So that other knife would take the place, at least in my immediate short-term gratification of the knife that I was carrying. And guys, I would get them in 3 times a week. I was just that's what I was spending my money on. I was a knife junkie, basically using my addictive habits and transferring it into knives, which was a little safer and a little less expensive. But still, you know, pretty reckless. Patina, that's probably right. And that's probably why they are all so different. I just wonder why, if that's the case, and they're only putting out, because I saw on their website when we went to their website that they've got more knives than just the ones I was familiar with. They've got a couple of models I've never seen. But how hard is it, unless it's just a simple money thing, is it to run a division? For example, I wasn't familiar with that little fixed blade. I was familiar with this saber. Go to view all, but there are a couple of others. Like this one right here, I'd never seen before, the Prospect frame lock, and it's still $329. Was $450. I don't know what that is unless it's Damascus or something. But I've never seen that particular arc form. And I think there was one more. Those are the push buttons. So they even came out with G7, G10 ones, which are just a 157 version now. So that's the only one I wasn't aware of. But these automatic arc form slim foots are OEM by ProTech. That one's sold out, but sure they got plenty that are still in there. Replacement blade. Does it come with a sheath? I guess it does. I guess the replacement blades come with their own sheath since they've got different different profiles. But I like that little fixie. I just think it's kind of cool because that is an S35VM blade. But like there's a titanium frame lock for $192. I think I paid $325. But they had just come out. And then these little pry bars are $30. Granted, I don't use pry bars. But yeah, I don't know why they're going away. Let's see, the 123 is how much this automatic is. They've got it in gray and blue for $142.50. And that's a little ProTech automatic that's 154 cm. Where's the size? 7.25 inches. A pretty good sized knife. Yeah, Paul, they did the autos in the slim foot only, and they did those with ProTech early on. I remember Cole got one because Cole and I, when we were at Blade Show together in 2022, we both had slim foots. They're more than half price off. And if you don't want to wait for it to come from China, Blade HQ has even probably a better selection or as good of a selection here locally. So if you don't see the button, 144 for the G10 frame locks. It looks like most of them are getting bought up. Yeah. I'm on page 1 still. No, I'm on page 3. All right, let's go back to page 1. So here's an auto for $142.50, a good looking one. Originally $200. OEM by ProTech. And then this knife is great. The Theory is super slicey. Here's another auto. One of the little fixies, a Theory in carbon fiber. So if you've ever wanted an arc form slim foot, for example, this carbon fiber, it doesn't show what it was, but this knife was over $300. Let me go back and find one that's not discontinued. The slim foots were they were very proud of them. $192.50. Tough. Yeah, this was a Tough Knives collab. But yeah, that was $325 when I bought it. So I'm sure everywhere that has, what's up, YouTube Music Portal? Welcome, brother. We're just looking at arc form knives because they're all, the NAS Lander 3. Sweet, Richard. Congratulations. Arc Form is shuttering their doors, and all of their knives are on sale on their website, Blade HQ, and I guess other retailers that carry them. I don't know what other retailers those are. Let's go Arc Form knives. Blade HQ, Knife Center. I don't shop Knife Center. White Mountain Knives. Let's see if White Mountain Knives has any. If they've got them on sale, you can get an additional 10%. Rutro, they've still got them for what they cost. So this will give you all an idea. White Mountain Knives has not dropped their pricing yet. And this is the Slimfoot was $289. It's out of stock. The Theory was $350. The Pry Bar was $75. It's $32 now. So they're about half price. My Theory, which is this one here, was $310. Automatics were $289. They're like $140 now. So yeah, there's some really good deals. Tippy says hi. He's stepping all over my shit. You want over here? Does it really, Patina? That would not surprise me. That would not surprise me if there, because I think what's happening is there are a lot of companies coming together, right? Because times are tough. I think you can just tell. I can tell because of how long when I go look at Hinders, they stay in stock. That tells me knives aren't moving like they used to. And then the secondary market, it's a buyer's market. If you're looking for something used, now's the time to get it because things are going really, really good. There's been a lot of afraid of. Yes, very, very, very probable. And then it was, you never know whose decision it was, right? It might not have been the original decision. Yeah, they definitely didn't start that way because Andrew, did they even have Demco knives when they were at Cold Steel? They did, didn't they? Or they just started it? Guys, give me 2 seconds. I'm going to go to the little potty for 1 sec. I'm going to give y'all some music. It'll take me 2 minutes. Then we'll come back and we'll decide what we're going to be doing. I'll be right back, kids. Hold up. I'm back. Go kill this. Kill that. There's it. Boom. All right, guys, I'm back. Hippie just jumped on the table. He's been a cat. Don't make the table go away. Make me big. And decide what you guys want to do. So we can call it a night. and rally up Friday, or I could break into another double shot espresso and talk gibberish forever. Let me see what Paul shit. Hold on. Whoops. I gotta go back to here. Whoops. Here we are. Oh, I got you. Streamed 2 months ago. Let me stop the music. Hold on. I'll share it. Kind of shitty music too. I've got some good music on there. That wasn't any of it. So let's go to share screen. Titanium huge giveaway. Go forward.
Some internet providers claim they offer gigabit speed.
No, I don't have YouTube Premium. All right.
Well, what are the rules for the giveaway, John the engineer? Here are the rules for the giveaway. 1, you must be 18 years or older. 2, you must live in the United States of America. 3, you must live in a jurisdiction we can legally ship this knife to, which should be most of Friday morning, afternoon. It literally just turned to afternoon. We're here with Josh. Hey. How you doing, Josh?
Good. How are you?
Doing great. Josh, who are you?
I can't watch these ass hats. I can share it. And it's not that I hate Blade HQ. I am an affiliate and I do shop there when I can't find it anywhere else. But I've had a couple of situations and I was a huge fan of Ben and Zach. You know, it's so odd how so many of these companies are tied in, right? I think a lot of times the public doesn't know, and it's not easy to know who's making stuff for who. For example, a great example of that, and y'all tell me if y'all know yet. Quiet Carry, where do they have their knives made? They don't disclose it. We know it's not here. I think it's probably Taiwan, but I don't know. And then you've got Jack Wolf. Nobody knows where his are made. I'm thinking QSP, but I don't know that. Yeah, Paul, I think Taiwan is where Quiet Carry. I'll tell you, for an imported brand, I have several Quiet Carry knives. This large IQ is probably my least favorite, but it's still a really good knife for a gentleman's folder because it has no profile. But my favorite by far is my little original Drift because it's so thin. Van X fits my hand perfectly. And then I've got a Quiet Carry 9 that I love. It's a bigger knife. I'd call it a full-size knife. It's 20 CV, where my Drift and my Waypoint, which I also have in another case, are Van X and LC200 liners. So they're like rust-proof, allegedly. Not that I think anything's rust-proof. Stan, we did miss you, brother. I'm glad you're back, man. I just opened a Starbucks. Cheers. So even when y'all go to bed, I'll be out. But I've got to make a video. And again, all you channel members that are in here, I know Saturdays are kind of tricky. I usually don't go that live, and I am going to not have to move them back. I'm going to try to stick with 11 o'clock, even though that's kind of been tricky a couple of times after we did the 24 or the long night ones. But it's always worth your while to come and hang out for a little while. Doesn't happen every weekend, but we've given away some pretty cool stuff in a couple of and they're only like 17 people in there. The reason I say is we don't have a lot of members. I don't push for a lot of members, but the ones that support the channel, I'd love for y'all to come on Saturday between 11 and 1. Usually we don't go that long because we don't want to step on anybody else's live. But a nip light's been given away, a TKL fixed blade, a Militov from Kaiser, where we used to do the member giveaways with the weekly giveaways. It's just better to do it this way, I think. Dan, I'm glad you're a late nighter, dude. I used to be a late nighter, but I worked early morning, so I used to live off 4 hours sleep. I still probably live off 5, 6 hours sleep, but I don't sleep at night, rarely. I mean, I usually go to bed about 5 or 6 in the morning, and I'll wake up about 9 or 10, and then I'll take these little micro naps where I'm just sitting there and I'll fall asleep on the couch and wake up and it's an hour later. And my Apple Watch says I've recharged a little bit, but that's about it. I have no memory of it. But I'm getting ready to do a long-term review on this knife, which is a knife I've had for a long time, but it's had a plastic surgery from our brother Satu Dave. I know I've shown this in lives before, but it is a fully functional wicked ass hollow grind now with a very blunt tip. And Satu Dave, the grind on it is perfectly symmetrical. If y'all have ever seen a Formax or handled one, they're pretty thick behind the edge when they come from the factory. They're still slicey, but they're thicker. They're for cutting thicker stuff. This is not a chopper anymore, but it never was for me. But for a Formax to cut like that, if you don't know Satu Dave, he's well worth getting to know, and he's got probably one of the best knife channels. All he does is he does a Sunday recap showing what's come through his shop and what he's modded and what he's making, because he's also making some knives too. So I'm going to throw his link in the description, and it would tickle me to death if you guys went and followed him. And his content is Sunday mornings. He doesn't do it live. He records it. One of the nicest guys in the community. Really, really a genuine, nice guy. He's done 3 regrinds for me and 2 for my buddy. And he's done countless others for people in the community. Really fair, really a good guy. And talented, just like so many others in the community are. I mean, we are full of, not me, but there are a lot of people that are very talented with their hands, with their skill sets, whether it's Joe Isabella making cool jank, or whether it's people making knives like Shane or Donnie, or it's people making leather goods like Lancelot Leather, Stevie with his beard oil and beard wax. I mean, there's just too much talent around us, which is a good thing. I do the same thing, Paul. If I go to bed, like if I try to go to bed at 10:30 or 11, I'll be wide awake at 2 or 3. I'd rather be kind of winding down at 2 or 3, filming my last video or taking my Instagram picture for the next day, which I haven't been doing much of lately, and just, winding down. But I'll tell you, last Tuesday when Ed jumped up here and we went live for 12 hours or 10 hours, that was draining. And I've been training kind of, because I would like to do a 24-hour stream. I would like to start like one night at 10:15 if it was a Tuesday and run till 10:15 the next night to see if I could do it. I'd have to break it up because I was surprised that YouTube let me stream consecutively for 10 hours. I heard it was 6 hours, but And I wouldn't expect people to stay the whole 24 hours, but I would just like to occupy a live slot for 24 hours. Jump off camera to piss, to grab something real quick to eat, to drink, whatever. But that 10 hours went by really fast with Ed. And then Friday, we did Friday Night Flicks, our regular little 3-hour show up until Said Stevie. And then after Said Stevie, we were on for another, I want to say 6 hours. So total that weekend, if you count the members live, that was 2 hours. I streamed for 20 hours. I felt like a IRL streamer. I feel like reaching out to Kick, see if they'll give me a deal, even though nobody watches. We had 6 hours and 3 minutes late night Friday, and then an hour and 3 minutes on Saturday. So that's 7. And then we had 3 hours for Friday Night Flicks. That was all Friday and Saturday. So that's 10, a little over 10. And then Tuesday night, we went for 10 hours, 1 minute, and 54 seconds. Paul, I appreciate it. And I know a lot of people, like I do, I'll fall asleep watching lives, not on purpose, but just the voice will put me to sleep. Said Stevie, if I ever go after my live and get like Taco Bell or something and eat, I will fall asleep, wake up, said Stevie's ending or he's just over. I don't know how I just miss it, but this past weekend I didn't eat. Just kind of snacked, and Ed and I were going to go live again. And I feel bad because it takes a lot out of you. And I know it was taking a lot out of Ed. But it's pretty cool. I mean, we used to do, there were 2 years in 2022, 2021 and 2022, Grateful Panic, Shane came up with an idea to do a thing called Knives Live. And what it was it was a 24-hour live stream to raise money for knife rights. The way it was broken up is there were 21 or 24 different creators, or maybe there were 20, and then the first and the last went for 2 hours. I forget. But everybody would do an hour live stream, and everybody would have a knife that they would give away on their stream, just one of their personal knives. And then Lefty collected thousands of dollars of prizes from companies that also wanted to support knife rights. So he came up with 5 grand prize packages. And then all you had to do was go, we did a 24-hour stream, which every hour people would start at one stream. And when that stream ended, they would tell you to go to the next stream if you wanted to. And there was a schedule for it. And some people like Stacy Bolster Blades and a couple of others went to all 24 hours. I passed out from like 10 in the morning till 12. I missed, I forget his name. He doesn't do videos anymore, but I missed 1.5 lives. I missed Brandon Thrashers and then that other guy, and I can't forget his name. But what we were able to do is if you went, the whole thing was no super chats, go donate to knife rights. For every $5 donation, you got an entry into the giveaway. And then if you got a membership, which was $25, you got 6 entries. And then all people would do would be email their receipt that they got from Knife Rights saying what they'd gotten in terms of a membership or a donation. And we let that go for like a week or two after after our 24-hour lives, where Doug Ritter, the founder of Knife Rights, came on and kind of talked about what their cause was and why they're so cash strapped. But the giveaway was a huge success. We raised, I want to say 5,000 the first year and like 7,400 the second year. I've got all the records because I did all the keeping up with that was a pain in the ass. But every time somebody would email us, that's why my channel email used to be called NazLive2021@gmail.com. I never changed it to a channel name until just recently. But what it made me think of is there's so many things that we could do. I was thinking about it for Jason Brown, after Jason Brown Day, if stayed live for 24 hours and directed awareness to Nora's college or Nora's later in life fund, right? Which is at, I think it's 10WC. I forget what the actual type of product it is that Beer to Doom set up for, but where people could donate to that. And for every, say, $5 you donated, you got an entry into a giveaway. Problem with that is it's coming up quick and trying to get enough packages to make it really worthwhile. It's a great cause, guys, and it's linked in on my channel. Let me see if I can find it right. The one thing that goes straight to Nora and Sarah is Pocket Metal created this store with some of Jason Brown's original art. And it is the Be Up store. So there are t-shirts here, and this is all art that was Jason's graffiti. Got his signature on it. Get hats. I've got 2 of these. This right here is like a pew cleaning mat. I've got one on my top down camera. So if I go back over here and I bring this back up. Whoops, how do I do that? Let's go. Boom. This is sitting on that mat. But all kinds of Be Up gear, and Pocket Metal tries to keep it updated, but you can get coffee mugs, you can get like big mouse pads, wall art, sweatshirts, stickers. The other thing is Nora's College Fund. Let me find that. I have to go to my channel, and I'm going to have to. Whoops. All right. Why is it not? Stop. Give me just 1 second, kids. 1 second. I thought I had it right there. I'll have to go back and find that. I don't have it where I thought I was going to be able to pull it from. And I don't want to sit here and stare off at another. Yeah, Paul, we're still going, buddy. I told these guys as long as people wanted to hang around, I'll hang around as long as I can. I'm trying to suck on a Starbucks. I am getting hungry though. I'll tell you some cool stuff. I don't know if it's still there, but at DLT, I don't know if y'all like that new Protect button lock that's come out. I forget which model it is, but if I go to DLT, do arrivals, share screen, might as well have some knife talk here, right? Where is it? Where is it? That one. This one right here. The T3. The Protect T3 Integrity Manual takes the proven design and durability of the T3 and reimagines it as a manual. So it's done like a Mordax, but it's got a thumb stud instead of a flipper. And I think it looks pretty cool. $270 for a USA made, what I consider to be the best button lock action in the business. I also like this knife. I don't know why. What are y'all's thoughts on the Oligarch? Do y'all think that's a cool looking knife? Kind of modern, but I like the blade shape. What's the biggest knife? I'd EDC rough dimensions. Well, I would not EDC I would not EDC my cold steel just because it's really heavy and the clip's clunky. But I do EDC my other biggest knife quite often, and it's this Spartan Parsi. It's got like a 3.75-inch blade. It is definitely, for me, a full-size knife. I also carry a heavier knife that's not quite as long. Whoops. This Medford Mini Marauder. So these are heavy EDC knives. And like my buddy Scotch and Things, he works on pretty intense job sites every day, and he always carries a huge knife. But I prefer a small to medium-sized knife. So for me, my perfect Spyderco, for example, is the Mannix. This is or a TRM or many other small, light, thin-bladed, slicey knives are my preference. So that's what I like to EDC because mostly, again, I cut cardboard, getting into packages and breaking it down to go in the recycle bin. I cut paper therapeutically because I'm a weirdo. And I cut into cat food, into other type of food, into bags, stuff like that. But YouTube Music Portal, the craziest, most foolish knife purchase I made, I EDC'd just because I had to review it before I sold it. And then luckily I was able to sell it. It was a PMP. Let me show it to you. So, the most foolish knife purchase I made. This is the exact same knife. That's the exact price I paid for it, except I used a 10% discount on White Mountain Knives. And this knife, thank God it found a new home. It was like a portable shovel. Had great action, M390, but it was 9.25 inches long and it weighed 11.3 ounces. Now, it had a great clip and I carried it. It was this wide, so it filled my whole pocket, but I carried it. So this is the biggest knife I've carried. This knife was slimmer than my Cold Steel 4Max. I've carried an 80-10, but like I say, my oh, and you got the lizard scales, Paul. You're gonna love it. You got the Neutron, right? Or did you say the Atom? That's my Neutron, which is just the basic tie scales that I added to an old school Neutron. And I've got its big brother, the Atom. And then I've got its little brother, the Nerd. Yeah, Paul, it's the Neutron for an EDC knife. The clip works great. The titanium scales are great, but if you ever want to put micarta or something lighter on it, the scales are so easy to remove. You don't even have to take the pivot off. You just take the two body screws off, the one body screw and the clip off, but you've got a titanium clip. You've got thumb studs on washers that flick very well. Great detent. And then you've got blade geometry. That is sick. Probably the sharpest knives in my collection. And it's not just the Atom and the Neutron, but if you can see how thin that blade stock is. I've also got the new TRM Bulldog, which I didn't realize this, but it's the thickest blade stock they've worked with. So if on a folding knife, so if you look at these together, the Bulldog's probably twice as thick. This one here, about the same size, but it's a much thicker blade. However, it's still got that killer TRM geometry, which makes it just, I mean, you don't feel, when you cut through paper, I usually can feel the paper separating. This is almost, you can hear it on this one a little bit, but you don't feel any resistance. You don't get any splintering of the paper. And that's a thick bladed TRM. But they are my favorite USA made knife company because they're such good people and they make really good knives. They're not for everybody. Scotch and Things bought one and he hates it. He sold it to Paul. But Scotch and Things likes big ass knives, like really big knives. Knives that if I fell off a dock and had one in my pocket, I would probably sink to the very bottom. You're going to love it, Paul. I mean, you really are. And like I said, I've already let one nip go just because I'm having this weird renaissance in my knife collecting. For example, this little knife here that nobody's probably seen or heard of, it's called the Wehr, W-E-H-R, Alley P. And Wehr is a custom knife maker, and the Alley P is his most popular custom knife. But he does small runs with Riot. So I followed him on Instagram since I've been in the knife game. So I was really excited to get this knife. I was really excited to love all my Devos. I have nothing except positive things to say about the designs. I just don't carry them much. My nips I weren't carrying hardly at all. It's just you change. You go through kind of phases. That's why I always tell people the best thing you can do is keep an open mind, appreciate people for their differences, and don't eat crow like me and rag somebody like Pocket Metal about slip joints for 2 years and then find yourself begging him to help you obtain a GEC, which he did. Thank you, Pocket Metal. Because one day you might just love that stuff. Luckily, I haven't gotten rid of, I've given away several of my slip joints on Friday Night Flicks, a lot of my Rough Rider reserves, because I just went into buying a lot of them. But I've still managed to keep a bunch, and I carry one every day in my left pocket. But I rarely ever take it out to cut with it. I'm using my fixed blade most of the time because it's just more accessible. I don't know if this video just didn't get a lot of traction or if it wasn't something that people thought was different. But I did a video, and I might do a specific one on this. On these two little knives, the Viper Mirror 1 and Mirror 2. I keep this knife in my back pocket, but today I'm wearing 511 khaki, so I've got a side pocket, and you just drop it in your pocket like that, and then you let that flap around the outside of your pocket to keep it in. But this is the coolest, thinnest, the handle is thin. Got a little lanyard tube there. It's the Viper Knives Mirror 2. The Mirror 1 is fucking nuts. I did a video on it. It's got a thumb choil, no finger choil, just like this. The blade's down here. And when I took it to my buddy A to Z, he almost cut into his finger thinking it was a regular choil, where he would have been putting his finger instead of on the spine, on the blade of the Mirror 1. This knife weighs nothing. It is a perfect EDC replacement. If you like fixed blades, they're like $149 and M390. And they come with a really good made in Italy, like the knife, leather sheath. And again, I just stick it in the sheath, stick it in my pocket, and let the magnet lock down on the outside of my pocket. But it's one of the more impressive knives I've run across lately. But I will show y'all because it's so weird. And since I'm just sitting here spinning on caffeine, I will find this video. I will link it because if y'all watch it, it would be nice. You don't have to watch it now because nobody watched it, but it was kind of a weird video. But I want to show you this knife, the first one, the Mirror 2 that I sent back. Because what I did is I bought one from White Mountain Knives from Justin. And he was nice enough because I didn't know which one I wanted. I was having him describe to me the differences in the two knives because it looked to me like one of them was just the photo was upside down, that it had a Scandi grind, and that was not the case at all. Here it is right here, there. Go to YouTube. All right. So this is the knife I just showed you was the Mirror 2. This guy, Igor, designed this Mirror 1 first. And ironically, when they had the blanks out, a lot of the employees were holding it wrong like my buddy was, which would be a thumb cutter. So here you go. The Mirror 1 is the first design by a long-term MKM collaborator, I guess you'd say, Igor Batalusi. Comes with this nice morning. Damn it. I didn't mean to click on that. I meant to click that. So I go like that. Because what I want y'all to see is the inherent problem I have with that knife. All right. So the one I just showed you that I kept, this is the finger choil. This is the blade. This is the spine. This was Igor's first idea, and he even mirrored out the handles. But to use a thumb choil, which works, the thumb choil feels good. This is a swedge, but you have nothing to keep your hand from sliding up on this blade. And if you're just used to holding knives normally and you pull this out of your sheath, it's only a matter of time before you put your finger here, in my opinion, and lay your thumb up on the choil. So let's the one to be held, guys. So if you're looking at a steak knife or a knife where you want your blade, Igor designed it with a thumb choil. This is how it is designed to be held, guys. So if you're looking at a steak knife or a knife where you want your blade really close to the ground, I'm not, and you're not like me, who will instinctively grab it like this and lay my finger on the spine and cut my thumb to the bone. The thumb choil actually, as a point of slicing this way or cutting down, it works okay. You've got the swedge here. But for me, only because, see how they even mirrored the handles? It seems like if this was actually going to be the way you held the knife, you would still angle that back. I think he just got a little design happy. But really slicey knife, they offer both of them. What I was going to show you guys is if we go to White Mountain Knives, and I share this with you. Share. I go mirror. Enter. Damn it. Why's their search stuck? All right, so these are the regular ones. Can y'all see that? The Mirror 2 is the one, if I was going to recommend one, I would recommend the Mirror 2 and only the Mirror 2 because I see an inherent flaw with the Mirror 1. See, when you look at that handle, I thought this was a picture that was taken upside down. But you put your thumb right there. You've got nothing to keep your fingers except for the thumb from sliding up. And it's just a matter of time before I grab it upside down, put my finger there, go to cut with that, and lay my finger on this razor sharp edge. But $149, you can get micarta, you can get G10, you can get wood, 10% discount if you use Javon 10 or another content creator. And if you like small fixed blades, these are pretty cool. They've got several still in stock. This is the one I got. Just because it was so small and thin. But another knife that was my first small fixed blade, out of stock right now, but they've upgraded it. It's the Tucson TS150. It used to be an S90V and G10. This knife is 4.5 inches long. So it is a little guy. But now it comes in M390 and carbon fiber handles. And if you ever wanted to explore if a small 2 or 3 finger fixed blade would be something that you would carry and use, it came with a little plastic clip. I put an Ulti clip on it. It was like $64. I think that's how much it was. And carried it everywhere. Then I bought a bunch of other Tucson small fixed blades because I did not buy an expensive small fixed blade a year into it because I wasn't sure if it was going to stick. But they have several little fixed blades. They've got one. They've got some new ones in. I'm not familiar with those. But like this one right here, it's not in stock right now, but this was probably my favorite because it's got swelled handles, M390 blade, long design, very sharp. It's 5.43 inches, $54 for a tiny little fixie. And then the other ones I bought this one, wasn't impressed. This is a multi-tool with a little blade, screwdriver, and a pry bar, kind of gimmicky, but it was $34. So I tried it out, reviewed it. This one I was going to get because it's tiny, but it doesn't come with a sheath. Buyer beware. I don't know what you do with it except hang it up somewhere on that hole. And then the other one I tried, might not have it on here. I might not have it on here anymore. This is new. I like that shape. It's got one of those counterfeit K-clips on it. How long is it? 7 inches. M390. So the point is you can buy LT Wright knives for not a lot more than this that are American. But these Tucson knives, my slip joints, all the folders that I bought from them over the years, with the exception of maybe 1 or 2 that were a little weird, and every fixed blade have been outstanding. Really, Mad Yako, did he? I mean, I really love the design of the little Mira. The Mira is so svelte and so comfortable because you can't really see, but these micarta handles are contoured just slightly. And they've got swells around the scales. And the choil is just perfect. I mean, again, these are knives. That's what my video is about tomorrow. My medium-sized fixed blades that could easily be considered primary carriers. Neck knives have a definite place, ground fog. I've got, I usually reserve this for even lighter stuff. I don't like to feel it. So this is probably, I've got a Jason Grant one I'll show you in a second. But this little Amsler Tools Ion, they make a mini too. But this is a knife that is skeletonized MagnaCut. It's made by Amsler Tools. And it's just got a little flat ground, super sharp blade on it. It has a bit driver and a little pry bar. And it weighs almost nothing. Other little guy that I carry are these two Jason Grants. Now, this one's kind of big. It's about, I want to say, 4 inches. And that is Black Ultim. And it is a little Slurpee saver. But the coolest one he was selling, and I bought, check this little guy out. The little micro J-Cal. Got jimping right there. Ultim handles. Probably three and a quarter inches overall. So yeah, I love a neck knife, but for ease of getting, what I like about my fixed blades is being able to grab it real quick, open the cat food, or grab it real quick, open a package. And usually neck knives, I put them between shirts so they don't get sweaty and have to reach under there and get them. They're good to have, but for just an everyday carry, I think I prefer a pocket dropper, even over appendix carry, because all my Jacob Create chickadees, with the exception of one, my small knives I carry with a single strap, and I put this right to the right of my belt buckle, which puts it at about 1230. And then I just reach down. I can pull it out. This is a little 5-inch, 3-finger S90V slicer. And then I've got like, this is the little Jason Grant custom. I call it the Carnivorous Cricket. It's not a J-Cal because he's got 2 sweeps in here, but this is S90V. And you see those 2 finger spots. It's also really thick, but a hollow grind. So it's not super light, but it carries very well appendix style. So I have a few knives that I'll carry by neck. I have a few knives that I carry appendix style, but I'd say the majority, the other 90%, I'm dropping in a pocket with a clip, an ulti clip or a deep concealment carry clip. And just kind of prefer it that way. I even got I was going to say, I've even got a Jason Grant in a Lancelot. So this is a little slip that I think I got this. Did I get this from you, 5-door? I think you left. I think I bought this from you. But this is a Lancelot leather slip. And inside it, there is a mini J-Cal with an Ultim handle and his coffin weight relief cut out. All this is done by hand filed. A sick little knife, but again, it's set up to just drop in my pocket. But I wasn't always like that. I used to prefer to carry them on my belt. This is another one of those servant knives, the same guy that made that mech fighter. This is also in 3V. Just a thick little Slurpee jabber. But yeah, I would have never said I would have carried a fixed blade. The first fixed blade I bought was an SE3 in stainless steel, and it was way too big for everyday carry. Now I've got a K-bar kukri that I carry some when I go camping, and I need to cut around, do stuff like that. But yeah, it's little knives for me. 7 inches is about my max. 7.5. I'll make an exception for this knife. I'll show it to you under here. Got glow carbon handles. It's AEBL. It's a Colin McGuire Mag 10 Knife Works. It's got lime green liners. It's probably the sliciest, pokiest knife that I own. Super thin. Super well done. I picked this up at Blade Show in Nashville, and he had made it for me knowing I was coming. And then I got this little Oak City leather slip out of Chattanooga. They also did this little slip for this knife. That one's got an ulti clip on it. But yeah, little fixed blades just rock. I still love my folders, and I love fidgeting with them. I love cutting with them. I love sharpening them. I've really gotten into sharpening. That's what having Kyle Coonley join me on Friday night has been a godsend because he's given me confidence. I sharpened a couple of nights ago. I used the Sharpie trick, keep my same factory angle. And then just, I don't know if y'all, my areas was not very sharp. It was sharp, but it wasn't not make a sound sharp. I love this knife. I just wish it was a little bit bigger. I wish it split the difference between the full-size areas and the mini. 1 second, guys. Pivot was loose. Interesting. I don't know if I put bearings in this knife yet. If not, I need to. Do y'all use skiff bearings? Do y'all like to skiff up your knives? I do because, not because it makes the action better, because it doesn't. But for example, last night I switched out some bearings on, I'll have to go back and see what the video is, but I switched out some bearings, and the bearings that were in the knife that I took out had 9 ceramic bearings around the circumference. The bearings that I put in not only were solid phosphorus bronze washers with bearings press fit in them, it had 12 bearings around the same circumference, which means you've got a lot more surface area that blade's riding on. So for $12 on a Civivi, maybe not, but on nicer knives, I do like to use skiff bearings. I put them in my Titanic, is what I was thinking of. The Titanic, that little knife. It's the Tough Knives RS Knife Works collaboration. Y'all tell me when you get sleepy. I don't want to hold y'all hostage, but I'll sit here and talk about nothing for hours. Show y'all more shit. I've still got I did my review, my collection video about 3 months ago, and I got through everything through my hanging bag of knives, but I did not get all my fixed blades in here, most of which are here. So I've got a whole nother video if I would ever get the time to lay out the knives to complete that playlist. The playlist I'm talking about, and this is pretty accurate. I've had some stuff change, but most of it is still in my collection or it's been traded, but the majority of it's still in my collection. So if you go to playlists, I don't know if y'all use playlists. I didn't, but I have a lot of people ask, and I was going to do it on a 24-hour live. But figured that would get boring. Me just going through knives, so I just reviewed it in a bunch of different series. So if we go to my channel and we go to playlists, I think the first one, yeah, no. Right here. This playlist is collection videos. So there are 21 videos. There are 21 videos in there that go, each case I think was 3 videos. I've got 4 cases. And then I did my big hanging bag behind my door. Bottom line is check it out if you're interested in what kind of knives, because it's gone all over the place. That's why I tell you guys, don't ever say never. Because I swore I'd never have a hinderer. Here's something for you. So that is a doorway with a towel hanging or a sheet hanging up, and it's got a little 2-inch target. And I sit about, I don't know, 12 feet away with a slingshot, one of my little EDC slingshots. And check this carnage out. Whoops. List of thud. I'm aiming. I'm probably 20 feet away. That's one. And now I'm reloading and I'm aiming at the one on top, which is 1.5 inches or maybe 2 inches. So I went through a little phase. I missed. That's what the sheet's for. The sheet catches the shot and keeps it from going through the sheetrock in the hall. But I think I wear it out right here. Let's see. Watch one more shot. No. All right, I'm going to take you to this one. This one, I know. This is slow motion. That's why it's so blurry. But you can listen to the power of the slingshot in slow motion. So I should crack each of them. You can see the clay shot fall from behind it. But yeah, I urge you guys to get into EDC slingshots. I'm all the way across the room. Oh, I can't even see the target. Where's the target? Oh, see the little target hanging up there? I just shot right to the right of it. It's white with a red dot in the center. It's right in the middle of that crease. I missed it again. Take one more shot at it. That was my dog, Ashley. Rest in peace. 2 misses. Anyway, EDC slingshots are the bomb. They are the bomb. Uh-oh. Nope. But thanks for asking. I don't even think I'd give up my pinky for $30,000. That doesn't go very far these days. It'd be helpful. I'd be lying if I said it wouldn't. But the other thing I wanted to point out to you guys, since we're coming up on Brian Brown or Jason Brown Day. Why did I say Brian Brown? Because it's late. But, well, yeah. Mad Yako. This is from a dude called Burnt Relic. That is a portrait of brother Jason Brown done in wood. And these are available on his site for any of y'all who knew Jason, if he touched you. Fantastic human being. Awesome. I've got Joe Isabella's, one of his little pocket janks with B up, which is Jason saying. And that's my little shrine. Are y'all talking about skiffs, Mad? Because, yeah, I don't think it necessarily makes the action better. I just think it gives more surface contact between the blade and the washers of the scales, and gives it a less likely chance of wobbling. Plus, they're made so well. They're made very, very well. They're not that expensive. What else they've got that's really cool that I've got right now in my Civivi Baby Banter? Let me grab it. I can't reach it without going over the table. But they make skiff thick washers. So if you've got a knife that runs on bearings, you can buy the same size phosphorus bronze washer. I put them in my McNeese Mac 2. I put them in my Civivi Baby Banter. I put them in the Buzz for a while. Didn't like them in the Buzz. They were great in the McNeese 3.5 Mac 2. They're still in my Civivi Baby Banter. Because, like, if you work in a place where you're having to clean your knife a lot, phosphorus bronze washers, when they break in, work very, very well. And Skiff was smart enough to offer those in the sizes. You want to replace your Kaiser, you want to replace your Protect, you want to put washers instead of bearings, you can do that now, which is really, really cool. And for those of you that have come in after Stevie was here, we were looking at a special edition at Lynch Clips that they have made, they've collaborated on, and they use Stevie's likeness, which is cool, very, very cool. So if you go to Clips, and you go to Laser Etch Clips, and you go right here where it said Stevie, you can get a said Stevie pocket clip. Most of them are $34. And you can get them for a shitload of knives. But they've got Stevie, the UFO, him being teleported up. Very, very cool. Y'all go check out Lynch Northwest. If you're looking for a clip for anything, I'm going to grab a said Stevie clip at some point. I would put it on this knife, which is really the knife that it would work the best on. This is my Spyderco Yojimbo with flame tie scales. But I got one of the Lynch modular clips that is 2 pieces. So this clip has a little base that mounts on your Spyderco screws, this little bottom part, and then the clip actually mounts to that base. So it's two pieces. It's a two-piece modular clip. It doesn't look anything like a Spyderco clip. So I don't have another knife with purple accents to put it on. Well, yeah, I do. I could swap out that clip and put it on my Shaman. It's got my sharp dress scales, purple carbon fiber on it. Josh Worth, what's going on, brother? Good to see you, man. As I fail it. This is the first knife I ever learned to middle finger flick. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Can y'all hear me? Can y'all see me? My browser just did a weird reset thing. I don't know if y'all are still here or not, but I think Stevie's clip would look really cool on that. I'm back. Thank you, Josh. Yeah, I froze up. And then I got this message saying that my browser had lost contact. I had it happen a couple of nights ago. My internet modem reset and I was on Pocket Metal stream. I got bounced, but I came back in. And I would think that my phone, since it's on Wi-Fi and it's shooting down, that even if I get kicked, I can come back in. But you never know. And I apologize for that, kids. It happens. It happens to the worst of us, which is me, and the best of us, which is you guys. But yeah, we'll go till what time is it? We'll go till about 3 a.m., about 5 more minutes. Unless y'all are just wide awake. Still got half a I don't want to bore you guys, and I want to come back with some decent content. Paul, I froze up. I couldn't see anything, and then my computer said my browser lost contact with my camera. My tabletop did fine because it's all hooked up via Wi-Fi or via cellular. I've got my computer hardwired to my router, but my router's also wireless, and every now and then it resets. It's AT&T. I don't know what the deal is, but I need to make a note to call them tomorrow because I've been planning on it because my internet bill, that's all I get is high-speed internet. It's more than doubled because every year I used to call and say, hey, I'm getting ready to go to Google Fiber. I'm not fucking paying this. And they'd always say, oh, we'll give you a promotional blah, blah, blah. And so I'd get my bill down. Well, I've been lazy the last couple of years, and it's more than doubled for the same, shitty AT&T internet that I've got that comes in my house. Now I've got a lot of devices. I've got like, hey Alexa, play Alice in Chains, Them Bones.
Them Bones, 2022 remaster by Alice in Chains from Spotify.
So I've got iPads, I've got an Apple TV, I've got a lot of bandwidth going through the air. And when my daughter lived with me before she went to college, she was a bandwidth sucking fiend because she would watch Netflix constantly. Granted, I wasn't streaming at the time. I wasn't doing much of anything, but it would make it jumpy to even watch Apple TV because she was using so much bandwidth. Kids can do that, man. They know the apps and the programs to use to get the most lag to their parents. And I was the victim of lag. Luckily, I wasn't video gaming then. I used to sit up when she was little and I was still married. I'd stay up with my buddy A to Z EDC. He lived across town. But do y'all remember Counter Strike? The game Counter Strike, and there were mods for it, like Team Fortress. There was I forget the other one. But we used to play that till like 3, 4 o'clock in the morning, just the two of us hunting each other in a map. And the graphics were so shitty. And now he's got a PS4 and he has Call of Duty, which I've got Call of Duty on my laptop or on my iPad, which is not nearly the graphics, but I can hunt people on there. And dude, I'm scared to get a PS4. I'm afraid. Balrog, good morning, buddy. Welcome, welcome. You're in here just to say good morning. We're getting ready to cut loose, let these good people get a little bit of rest because there's no telling how late we'll go Friday night. But a lot of y'all work Saturdays, don't you? I know I used to. The last couple of years before I got our positions got replaced, I didn't work Saturdays. So when I get home Friday nights, I was good to go for the weekend. Good to go for the weekend. But I'm trying to think. I don't even think I have any blades coming in. I do have some interesting content because my buddy A to Z just went out of town for a little under a week, and he left me a small case of some of his smaller knives. There's some pinions in there that I want to review. There's a very unique Spyderco I want to do an overview of. Probably about 10 or 11 knives that I'm going to get some overview videos of, review videos. Trying to think what the other ones were. Anyways, he was nice enough to let me take his case tonight, one of his cases. But if y'all ever go through my content and see the Shira Goroffs and stuff like that, those are all brought to us courtesy of A to Z EDC because Lord knows I do not have Shiros. They've just never really spoken to me, and they're so expensive. Where like an Oz Roosevelt speaks to me, but it's so expensive. And when I was buying so expensive knives, it wasn't available. It wasn't readily available. And I wasn't one of those patient guys that would wait on Sunday afternoons for the drops. Because all you have to do is wait a couple of Sundays and you'll get one. They're very nice knives, Balrog, and I can definitely appreciate them. But they're just, I've now come back to using flipper onlys occasionally, especially for gentleman carries, work carries. But I don't like a flipper only deployment. I like a thumb stud or a finger hole, amongst other types of deployment if it needs to be there. But I just like to flick with my thumb or my finger, typically my finger. Well, kids, it's 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock on the East Coast. I'm not going to keep y'all up all night. That wouldn't be responsible. But I might do it Friday. Might go for 24 hours. I don't know. Depends on how much rest I get between now and then. But do me a favor. Look out for the guy or gal to your left. Thanks for hanging out. Please come by Friday Night Flicks Friday night. Any of you members, please come to the member lives. I can't promise every week, but I'm going to try to do something special on most of those for you guys because we get just a nice, intimate little turnout, and it's a good chance for you guys. And we'll have regular Friday Night Flicks. We'll have giveaways, and I never announce those, so I'm not trying to pull people in. Josh Worth, it's 8 a.m. there. You got it made, brother. Do you go to work today or are you chilling? But just keep in mind that I'm not trying to leave anybody out, and we'll find knives for everybody. But do me a favor. Keep coming back. Don't get offended if you hear something that I say or somebody else says it's stupid, because we are stupid. We don't mean anything by it. We never aim to offend people. And I love each and every one of you. It's the reason I do this. I don't do it for cash. There's no cash in it. I do it because I love hanging out with you guys. And I don't have anything really else going on. So it's a lot of fun. But look out for the guy or gal to your left. Look out for the guy or gal to your right. Look out for each other. Go forward with love in your hearts. Use debate, not hate. I love you all, guys. Have a good morning. I'll see y'all in a few days. I'll see you in lives before then. Peace.
Back in my bag, yo. Conscious. ISO. Diamond. Back in my bag and I gotta brag, I do this shit for real. When we was down and we had nothing, we had to share a meal. We put the shit in overdrive with no steering wheel. Shorty throw that thing back in a pair of heels. Yeah, she be riding on that thing like a Ferris wheel. Yeah, I love them dark skin, brown skin, caramel. You know I had to bring it to the hood like she Karen Civil when she keep on turning head. Cause when she walk that thing jiggle. And we going back to back on them like we Huey and we Riley. This that back in my back, low, we back again so highly. This that back in my back, low, we back to change the climate. This that back in my back, low, we bring the force like Tommy. Back in my back flow. Back in my, yeah, back in my bag, yeah. I'm back in my, yeah, I'm back in my bag, yeah. I'm back in my, this my, back in my bag flow. Back again, yeah, we keep on stacking it, what's happening? Everything in Gucci got me feeling like I'm dapper then. Life has been a movie, yeah, so shout out to the cameraman. Pull up to the scene, it's going down like an avalanche. Steady going up like a travel plan. Homer Simpson face, lucky power plant. Yeah, I'm off that dope like I'm back in